would be the soundtrack of the Trump administration. Can you imagine being that obsessed with yourself that you give yourself credit for driving the stock market into the shitter and then giving yourself credit for taking it out, so to speak? Anyway, welcome to America 2025. Good morning, friends. Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate you choosing to spend some time with us because we know you have many, many choices every single morning. Tapping is clapping, sharing is caring. We've been a little light on likes and taps and shares recently, guys. I would really appreciate if you guys could help us out there. Also, there's a gifting goal today. Please consider. Best way to support the channel is by either engaging in the live, as you know. Please consider subscribing at FactsStillMatter.site. We're trying to move TikTok subscribers over there. Also, if you'd like to support what we do here, it takes a lot to kind of put this together every single day. And I got a job. Actually, multiple jobs at the moment, contributing to my pay apps, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, it's all the same. At FactsStillMatter.site, by the way, you can either get there that way or go through Facts HQ, which is in the link tree that's in my bio. Also, while you're in the link tree, please consider subscribing to our YouTube channel. Please consider joining our Discord. It's free. But if you are a subscriber at FactsStillMatter.site and a member, you get access to merch, and there's a whole bunch of new merch items that are in the merch store, including, well, I have to show this one just because I think it's great, and it's particularly relevant on days like this, right? Yeah. So hopefully you'll be inspired to head on over there and get yourself some stuff. All right. So I don't even surely where to begin today because there is just so much to cover. Specifically, we should talk about the market's rebound because it's real. We saw it. We kind of expected it. The market closed yesterday up, closed yesterday up 2,900 points. That was the highest single day gain in 16 years. Well, why did it happen? And I want to get in, there's so many layers to this today as we kind of talk this through. And the reason that, by the way, Gregory does all of our backgrounds. I think you guys probably know that. Greg and I have this running joke where I have these crazy ass ideas and I throw a bunch of shit out there. And because we've been working together on this stuff for so long, he kind of thinks ahead for me many, many times. And yeah, this is what corruption looks like. Okay. So, we know that the Trump administration sent up a test balloon a few days ago because there was this rumor that was leaked that there was going to be a pause on tariffs. And remember, KKK Caroline came out and said, no, that's not true. There's not a pause, right? That was by design because they wanted to see how the markets would react. So yesterday, they put the pause in place, right? And the Dow spikes to the tune of closing at 2,900 points. Remember what we've been talking about for days now and for months and years now, specifically around the intentional nature of this economic destruction, right? It's because the people now in power are robber barons, the oligarch class who benefited from what's happened, the volatility. Now, think about this for a second, right? They send up this test balloon a few days ago. They see how the market reacts. So they fully knew that there was going to be this pause on tariffs. So what do they do? Let's assume for a minute that the people in the inner circle, remember it's the broligarchs and loyalists in the Trump administration, right? Loyalists, by the way, somebody like Marjorie Taylor Greene, who bought the dip. Marjorie Taylor Greene buys the dip. Congresswoman purchases shares of Apple, Amazon, Nike, and more following tariff-related sell-off. That's just one example. So the people setting economic policy in our government, Treasury secretaries, commerce secretaries, numerous billionaire oligarch members of the administration, got a heads up that this tariff pause was coming. So what do you think that they did? they bought. They bought like crazy. Because as we've been saying from the very beginning, the people who stand to gain the most when the market is soft are the people who have capital to invest. And because the twice impeached, four-time indicted sexually abusing fraudster convicted felon is too stupid to know any better, he tells us. So, case in point, he had Charles Schwab in the Oval Office yesterday talking to a bunch of, I don't even know who these people were, but just listen to what he says about the events of yesterday.
This is Charles Schwab. It's not just a company, it's actually an individual. And he made $2.5 billion today, and he made $900 million. That's not bad, because he's in financials. I've always been fine.
So in case you didn't hear that, it's hard to hear because it's an ambient mic. He said, this is Charles Schwab, not the business, an actual guy. He made $2.5 billion today. And his crony was like, oh yeah, and this guy made $900 million today. Today. $2.5 billion today. And his friend made $900 million today, yesterday, because of what the market did. It is government corruption like perhaps we have never seen before. And it happened right in front of us. I hate it when I'm right. But I've been telling you guys this is exactly what was going to happen. Exactly, Eve, exactly. And they're laughing in our faces about it. They're laughing in our face. It is insider trading. It's market manipulation. It is government corruption to the highest order. And it's not going to stop because the market, pre-market conditions, the market's down another 500 points, which means there's going to be another sell-off potentially. More stocks become available, more communications with the people who stand to benefit the most, and then they'll pause tariffs again, right? So I've managed to piece together. I didn't sleep a wink last night because I was like, what the fuck? Plus I had work shit to do and writing speeches and a whole bunch of shit. Anyway, there's so many people who've kind of framed this in the way in which I like to frame it. That's just the simplicity of it, right? You're right, Bunny. Exactly, at the American people's expense. So they're laughing at you. They're gathered in the Oval Office, right? They're gathered in the Oval Office, and he's not. Think about the message, right? You're sitting there, and you were elected because you were able to convince 77 million Americans that you are a man of the people, that you are looking out for the middle class, the worker, the working poor, rural farmers, coal miners, everybody else. And you're standing there in the Oval Office with billionaires highlighting the fact that billionaires made $2.5 billion and $900 million respectively, while American families lost retirement, pensions, values in their homes, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? And the Social Security is under threat. Medicare, Medicaid is under threat. Government programs being cut. Thank you. To justify what? To justify and support and pay for more tax cuts for those same fucking people. For those same people. All the same. The same ones that put us here to begin with. Okay? And then we'll get to our daily. Everybody, please keep tapping and sharing, please. Good morning. How are you today?
Hey, man. Yeah, I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Sure, winner. How are you?
Yeah, no, I'm good, thanks. How are you going?
Sure, winner. Are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
If you're not, so this is the weird part about it, because even on Fox, they are having a difficult time trying to spin this one. I couldn't hear him. I don't know what was going on there. I'm sorry. You guys could hear him. I couldn't hear him. That's weird. That's strange. You could request again, friend, if you'd like to. I'm sorry. I didn't. I'll try that again. Let's see if I can hear you this time. I sent you an invite if you want to come back up. That's weird.
Hi, man.
Hello.
How are you?
I can't hear you.
It's all good. Look, It's probably not even worth talking about.
No, I can't hear you. I'm not sure what is going on. I would appreciate it. Just want to see if I can figure out this tech. There's something going on. I don't know what it is. Hey. Hi.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes,
Okay.
that's weird.
So I was just going up to check for you.
Thank you. I can hear. Yes, I can hear you. That was strange.
Okay.
I appreciate you for doing that for me. Thank you, friend.
Sure, you can drop me down. Thanks.
Okay, bye. Okay. All right. So let's try somebody else, just out of curiosity. Maybe we'll try that again. See if it works this time. There's a lag now. Technology. God damn you. God damn you. All right, we'll try Justin. The lag is bad? It's weird. Justin, good morning.
Hey, mic check for you.
I'm good.
Sweet. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. Okay. All right. There's no. Sorry, buddy. I missed you. There you go. Gotcha. Okay. I think we're good. Okay. So back at it. The lag is very bad. You don't have a lag. Some people have the lag. Some people don't. So I'm going to stay here. A 3-second lag? Really? It's strange. I don't know what's going on. It is lagging for everybody. Should we restart, everybody? Just to kind of clear things up a little bit? It's bad. All right. I'm going to restart. Okay. Come right.
Good morning. Good morning.
And we're back. Hopefully that's better. I don't know. I give up. I'm not spending any more money on equipment. That's it. Got a good mic, got a good soundboard finally. Haven't really had a chance to dial it in yet, but we're back. Hopefully that's better. Sam, I'm sorry if that messed up the YouTube. If you tell me what you need me to do, if you need me to start again, I can start it again. But trying to figure that out. Anyway, welcome back. I know, I'm sorry. Do you want me to start it again, Sam? Just say the word and I can do that. End it and start it. I'll wait. Anyway, sorry, my bad. Okay, that's behind baseball. Okay. We were talking about the corruption that is connected to what we witnessed yesterday. You can call it insider trading. You can call it market manipulation. I think every one of those things would certainly apply. So I managed to gather some clips because the way that the twice impeached, 4-time indicted, sexually abusing fraudster, convicted felon is looking at it, it was the heroic thing to do. Well, really? Okay, so let me find some of the audio that I kind of want to start with, because I think these people who are in charge of our government now are laughing at you. So this is the twice impeached, 4-time indicted, sexually abusing fraudster felon first speaking about it.
Winning out there, and we're having a good day in the stock market, as you can see, an all-time record day, and hopefully it continues. I think it should. Our country's stronger than it's ever been, and somebody had to do that with, we had to take the medicine. We had to go through the operation, and that's what we've been through, and a lot of presidents would not have done it. No president would have done it, I think, but it had to be done. And we brought everybody to the table, and it may not be a negotiation. It may not last. I mean, things may be asked that I think are not fair to us. Look, we've been ripped off by essentially everybody for 35 years. This is not just a new thing.
So he's sending signals that there was this big push, all this negotiation. There, how have you been saying there's be all these countries, 75, 100 countries have been calling? Nobody's been calling. There's no deals. No one is negotiating, with the exception of Israel. But Benjamin Netanyahu came to the Oval Office just to kind of throw Trump a safety line, saying, listen, I will tell your constituents and the voters in America that I'm going to help reset the trade balance. Like I did a debate live last night with someone, and that was crazy. For those of you who joined, there was an imperialist. We were speaking to an actual supporter of imperialism, and he believes that we should even go deeper, that the president should have more monarch-like powers. And anyway, so that was really an interesting exercise to witness yesterday when they being the administration and the pundits around him attempt to try to continue to gaslight, right? The corruption gets worse. This is another breakdown because we've been talking about the transfer of wealth, right? So as a reminder, when we say the transfer of wealth, it's what we witnessed, the $11 trillion lost in the market since Inauguration Day. That wealth doesn't just vanish. It just goes from the pockets of middle-class Americans, the working poor, teachers' retirement funds, pension programs, 401ks, the backbone of the American working class, right, into the pockets of corporate billionaires. And he was bragging about it in the Oval Office yesterday. Keep that in mind, right? He's bragging, saying, hey, this guy got $2.5 billion today. This guy got $900 million today. So this is an interesting, I like the way that this person, I don't know who this person is, but I'll credit them at some point.
You're watching a collapse, but you're watching a transfer of wealth, of power, of control. The headlines say recession, but those who lit the fire are already warming their hands. April 2nd, sweeping tariffs. Markets tank. Over $3 trillion wiped out. You lost value. They bought the dip. The middle class tightens its belt. The billionaire class tightens its grip. This isn't chaos. It's choreography. A deliberate destabilization. Because when the old world falls, the ones who brought it down decide what rises in its place. This was never about saving the economy. It was about reshaping society. Fewer masters, more dependence. This isn't nationalism, it's consolidation. A quiet merger of power. A silent dominion, owned by no nation, answerable to no soul. Your savings bleed, your choices vanish. But theirs, they multiply. This was never about fixing the market. It was about flipping the board, turning your panic into their profit. They do not fear collapse. They require it. They summon it. Because from the ashes of your world, they build what was written, not for you, but for them.
Kind of what we've been talking about, right? It is the emperor's new clothes. It's exactly what we've been talking about. Remember when I tell you guys, if you watch signing ceremonies, when Trump signs an executive order in the Oval Office, he does not know what he's signing. I don't mean that he's unaware of which one of the 15 that he's signing that day. He doesn't know. He has no clue. It's the broligarchs and the influence of the broligarch class and the Christian nationalists and the Stephen Millers of the world who are just saying, just sign this. Just give this stack to Peepaw and stroke his ego a little bit and let him think that he's doing something great, and then we'll take care of the rest. It is just blatant corruption. You're going to hear, well, both sides, Nancy Pelosi, insider trading. I have been very clear, right? Insider trading is something that should absolutely be outlawed. And any member of Congress who is even suspected of it should have their voting credentials suspended until the investigation can happen. Period. Game, set, match, mic drop. How? What about Biden? Exactly. How are they going to justify what we just witnessed? Because they're going to come up with some line that ultimately this is going to be better for the middle class, right? There's more examples. I've got a few of these to play for you today. So here's another. This is in response to how the market responded. Everybody keep tapping and sharing. Please consider hitting our gifting goal.
Wall Street just had its best day in 16 years. The Nasdaq closed up 12%, the S&P up 9.5%, and the Dow soared almost 3,000 points. That is after President Donald Trump announced he was putting a 90-day pause on all reciprocal tariffs, bringing all countries to a 10% universal tariff, except for China. He ratcheted up those tariffs to 125%, but not before damage was done. Since President Trump took office, the market has has shed $11 trillion, $6 trillion alone in the last week, and people's 401ks suffered because of it. Now, recession fears can be tamed down a little bit, but Goldman Sachs still says there's a 45% chance. And investors here that I spoke to and traders on the floor say they're expecting still a bumpy road ahead.
And somebody just made this comment in the chat, and I agree. SCOTUS's ruling about immunity, and I'm going to get into something in a little bit, this incredible article that Chris Murphy wrote on Substack. If you're not on Substack, I have an account over there, but I'm not sure what I want to do with Substack just yet, but I follow some amazing creators and Senator Chris Murphy, and he speaks of some of the corruption, and I'll read that to you. Buckle the fuck up is all I can tell you. There's something going on. We have to do something up here. I don't know what that is, but I think it's a sub goal. I'm not sure. You guys do it. Thank you. The SCOTUS's ruling granting presidential immunity, as long as the president is performing, duties under the Constitution. So you could argue, in this case, the Trump administration will argue that, hey, he's pulling the levers because he's got the power of the Constitution, right? So on that topic, I want to find, this is really excellent audio. Congressperson Stansbury, who is, I absolutely love her. She's incredible in the way that she does these amazing breakdowns of the blatant corruption that we see. And I want to play this for you because it really speaks a lot to exactly what we're talking about how Congress has the ability to get in the way. And James Comer, who is the chairman of this particular committee, has an opportunity to address a bill that he co-sponsored. So listen to this. This is going to drive you crazy.
Elon Musk decided that an agency and its operations was unnecessary. Under your bill, they could just eliminate it. Is that correct?
Yeah, it requires Congress to vote on it.
Mr. Chairman, as I read it, your bill is giving the congressional authority to the executive to do it without Congress.
No, that's not true. You're misinterpreting the bill.
Can you please point us to the language in the bill that retains Congress's authority?
Remember, he is the co-sponsor of this bill, and she's just asking for explanations and clarification in the bill that he co-sponsored. Not really a big ask.
It requires a privileged resolution in Congress.
Can you please point us to the page and the line number that requires congressional consent for reorganization of the federal government?
Crickets. This is in real time. Looking for an answer. Still looking for an answer. Still looking.
In sections 908 and 909.
And by the way, he's got aides chirping in his ear. A bill that he co-sponsored, and he can't answer direct questions? Okay.
Of Title V.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Section 908 says striking December 31st, 1985. Can you please refer to the language that retains Congress's authority under the United States Constitution to rein in the executive to stop it from eliminating unnecessary duties, reducing federal employees, amending rules and regulations, and eliminating executive departments, agencies, independent establishments, offices, or officers of the executive branch?
Again, he's looking for help. Doesn't know what to do. Doesn't know how to respond. Just
let me answer that question. This bill amends Title V, Section 908 and 909.
Which retains congressional authority. Again, Mr. Chairman, can you please point us to the place in your bill where it retains Congress's constitutional authority to rein in the executive branch?
You're intentionally misrepresenting the bill.
Mr. Chairman, I'm reading the bill, and I'm asking you as the sponsor to point to us where your bill, which you are trying to pass through this committee today, retains the authority of Congress.
It changes the...
He's literally trying to pass this bill through committee, of which he's the chairperson on. He's the author of the bill, and he can't answer fucking questions.
Date to 2026. It amends the date.
Mr. Chairman,
Still
I'm just going to
avoided.
read from your bill. I've got 40 seconds here. It allows...
The bill amends current law. What you're looking at, what you're looking for already exists as law.
Mr. Chairman, your bill, as introduced here, allows the executive to eliminate any executive department, agency, independent establishment, or corporation within the United States, an office or an officer, to essentially repeal, amend any regulation, and to eliminate anything that the executive branch determines to be unnecessary. And I strongly oppose this bill because this is a blank check to Donald Trump and Elon Musk to continue to dismantle the federal government.
That shit is fucking savage, first of all, to Congresswoman Stansbury. So let's recap, right? James Comer, chairman of this committee, introduces a bill to abolish congressional oversight powers of the legislative branch overseeing the executive branch, because the Constitution says that Congress is the only one that can do away with agencies, that Congress has the governmental authority to rein in the power of the executive, that Congress has the ability to provide checks and balances. And his own bill, so it's one of two things. He either has no fucking clue, and he was just handed this legislation, asked to co-sponsor it from the Heritage Foundation as they lined his pockets, or he just doesn't want to go on the record and answer publicly. The last part of that, I wish I could speed it up because it's a clip video. The last part is great because she says, "This is in your bill, my guy. This is in your bill. This is in your bill that you want to give the executive unfettered power to dismantle our government." Yeah, that's fucking cool. Okay, back to the blatant corruption that we're seeing.
You think you're watching
I played that one for you. This is the one I want. Okay, so this is I've seen these guys, the Pod Save America. There's a podcast that these guys do, and they're fantastic, and I love the way they break things down. Their brain works the way my brain works, which is crazy at times, especially when you don't sleep because you're so excited to talk to you guys this morning about this shit. And with that being said, if you want to support the channel, you want to help a brother out, buy me a cup of coffee. FactsStillMatter, Venmo, PayPal, Cash App. They break this whole thing down. Okay, so let's just cut to the chase and get to the audio.
Did this terrible deal. You fucking did. You dumb fuck. President Trump announced the following. Tariffs on China have increased to 125%. There's a 90-day pause on reciprocal tariffs. The tariff level is brought down to a universal 10%. Canada and Mexico are part of that 10%.
Why did Trump put in place tariffs? There were ostensibly three contradictory reasons. One, it was a means of raising vast amounts of revenue to pay for tax cuts for the rich. Two, it was a means to negotiate better trade deals. Three, it was a means of permanently changing trade so that we reshore manufacturing to America.
Four, fentanyl for some reason.
Fentanyl for some reason.
Immigration.
Right. He blinked. Absolutely, he blinked. He didn't achieve any of the goals he set out to achieve.
Again, that breakdown was perfect. He blinked, right? We talked about this yesterday, right? It was to bring American jobs back, to renegotiate, to balance trade, fentanyl, immigration, blah, blah, blah. None of that happened. There has been no negotiations. There's been people like Bibi Netanyahu bending the fucking knee, saying, "Listen, I'll do you a solid because you've done me a solid, helping with my G side of the Palestinians. So thanks. I'm gonna hook you. I'm gonna hook a brother up. I'll go public and say, yeah. We're working on this because President Trump's great. Fuck you, Bibi." Hope you heard that. So they're breaking it down. The entire thing was a fucking disaster, and we've already discussed the fact that he invited some of the oligarchs into the Oval Office yesterday, and then let people know that, hey, this guy made $2.5 billion yesterday. That guy made $900 million yesterday. Okay, you with me? Okay.
Chief, all he did was roil the markets and scare a bunch of people. All he has done is undone part of his mistake. We were like, oh, it's so interesting. Donald Trump would have been richer today had he just put his money in a fucking index fund. If he took his inheritance from his father and put it in an index fund, he would be a much richer man today than all the kind of adventures he's had in business. And you see why. He's a fucking moron.
Poison in the pill. This again, your entire economic policy, and it's in hindsight, was never intended to be an economic policy, right? It's just never intended to be that. It was a Ponzi scheme to rip out the American public. We're gonna tell people that's from Pod Save America and the Real Crooker. Hey, thank you, Swishy Raiders. Appreciate you guys. Everybody, hearts in the chat for Swishy Raiders, please. The way that they broke that down is that he blinked, right? And I guess you can say that he blinked, but I just think it's part of the strategy, right? I think it's just part of the fact that the intention all along was to tank the market so that the billionaire class could enrich themselves. It's blatantly fucking obvious, right? All right, we've got more to play. So this is I don't know who this gentleman was, but he went on Fox News, and this is typically speaking a safe space. And very rarely do you get any criticisms of the Trump administration on Fox, even from guests, right? I think his name is Gasparino. I don't know his background. I'll try to find some more information on him as the show goes on. But this is his take because, again, the reality is we saw what we saw, okay?
I want to tell you right now that Donald Trump outsmarted the world. Trust me, I'm an American. I support my president. But that's not really what happened here, from what I understand. And I know I'll get pushback, but here's what it is. And from what I understand, and I'm getting this from people that are talking to the White House, what happened in the bond market overnight, the spike in yields on the 30-year and the 10-year bond, which showed that people were dumping our bonds. And who were those people dumping our bonds? Japan, the biggest holder of bonds, was selling bonds. That's what I'm getting from some very big money managers. China, maybe to some extent, but it was largely Japan and others. If you have a mass sale of bonds, that means people are losing confidence in the U.S. economy, on the ability to do deals with us. And from what I understand, this is what forced the hand of this 90-day reprieve. Now, is it a good thing? Are people coming to the table? Yeah. But if you read between the lines, or not even what Scott Bessent said, we have no deals.
Exactly.
Right? There's nobody that is really there saying, this is what we're going to do.
Exactly.
And they paused it anyway.
The Penguins aren't even stepping up. That guy, thank you, Tootle. By the way, hearts in the chat for Tootle. Fucking one of the best people who's ever been in our space and in our comment section. So thank you, bro. He's right. We talked about this earlier. There are no deals. There's no negotiation. None of that's happening. So he's talking about the bond market. So if countries and organizations, countries in particular, if they are not investing in bonds, that means that they don't have any confidence in the American economy, and they don't feel like the American economy and the American government will pay its debts. So that's part of what we witnessed, because Japan and others invest heavily. Japan and China in particular. Japan in particular, massive investments. They start pulling bond investments, and ladies and gentlemen, it is game over. So they saw that, right? I do still believe that the entire thing was a corruption plan that we've witnessed in broad daylight right in front of us. But here we are, right? Here we are. I've got more. Don't worry. There's more. There's layers to this shit. Hold on. Let me see if I can find another one. I played that one for you. So it's difficult to kind of explain sort of the new. I mean, listen, we do this every day, right? I know, but wait, there's more. we talk about this every day here in this space, that we pay attention to these things. It's because the Heritage Foundation, not only the authors of Project 2025, but authors of these enrichment strategies that are allowing people that they support, the Heritage Foundation, the billionaires, the covert, the deep state, the shadow government that the right love to accuse the left of, they're the ones that stand to gain from this. So it's not just reshaping America from an economic perspective, realigning global trade. It's about whitewashing our nation, right? They know that they use words like DEI, and they use terms like woke, and they use terms like radicalization, right? It's by design. They're fear tactics, right? Meanwhile, everything that's happening behind the scenes, like what we're witnessing yesterday, market manipulation, insider trading, buying the dip, that will continue, right? That's how the market works. Then there's people like Charlie Kirk, who are out there trying to amplify the message. Because don't forget, Donald Trump appeals to people who he despises. again, that clip again, standing in the Oval Office yesterday saying, this is Charles Schwab, not the company, but the actual guy. He made $2.5 billion yesterday. Woohoo! And this guy, $900 million yesterday. And you know what happens? You know what's going to happen? There are farmers, rural farmers, MAGA voters who are hardworking Americans, middle class or below, who go to work every single day, who've got their Trump flag, who've got their MAGA sticker, who've got their red hat, and they are cheering for that guy making $2.5 billion yesterday. $900 million yesterday. That is the cult. There's no explanation around other than to say those people still support. This is beyond the whole Fifth Avenue could unalive somebody with a pew pew on Fifth Avenue and still get votes. We know that. It is insane is an understatement, right? To say that it's insane, because they are celebrating it. People are actually saying 401. There's people on the right that are saying 401ks aren't part of the stock market, or Trump is punishing billionaires so the rest of us can benefit. And they believe it. The question you answer, Cop Queen, you answer why? Well, I'm glad you asked. It's a perfect time for a segue. This is some audio from this gentleman who did an amazing breakdown on the victimhood that YT men are claiming in our country. Okay, so this is part of Charlie Kirk does his campus tour, and I'm just desperate to be someplace where he is, and I would love to have that conversation. Anybody knows anybody who knows anybody in Charlie Kirk's circle? Put me in touch with him, because I would pay to debate him one-on-one. I'd love that. Okay, so just listen to this sound.
Here's what Charlie Kirk gets totally wrong about DEI.
DEI means in practice is the vehement hostile treatment of white straight men.
The vehement hostile treatment of straight white men.
To no longer be in institutions and to be actively discriminated against. You don't have to agree on that, but that's what it looks like in practice.
No, Charlie, that's not what DEI has meant in practice. Let me ask you, Charlie, do you believe that white men are better than everybody? No? Because I want you to look at how we distribute power in this country. Almost 3/4 of Congress are white men. Of course, every president but one has been a white man. About 85% of Fortune 500 CEOs are white men. And about 90% of billionaires are white men. Now, why do you think that is? Is this a meritocracy where the best and brightest rise to the top and all the best and brightest just happen to be white men? Or is it possible that we live in a country that has white supremacy and patriarchy baked right into its historic DNA? Black people and women have been historically marginalized in our country. Until 1920, women couldn't even vote. And until 1965, many black people were restricted from the vote. What DEI has meant in practice is exactly what it says: diversity, equity, and inclusion. An attempt to bring in those who have been historically shut out and lift up those who have been historically held down. But here's the thing, Charlie, when you've always had the whole table to yourself, being asked to scoot over so others can join might feel like persecution, but it's not. It's justice. Here's how Charlie proves that DEI is hostile to white guys.
Allow me to prove this in the best way I can.
This part is just horrible.
Are you allowed to make fun of white men or black people more easily in America?
You shouldn't do either.
Which one will get you fired?
Charlie, DEI is not what makes it inappropriate to make fun of black people. What makes it inappropriate is the 400 years of slavery and lynching and subjugation and segregation and disenfranchisement and redlining and economic theft. And the fact that the consequences of all those things still ripple through our society today. I mean, you can get fired for making fun of your white boss too, but punching up is different from punching down. Mocking those who've hoarded power is different than mocking those who have been withheld power. This isn't censorship, it's just not being a classless dick.
The influence of DEI have actually inverted the piety away from the promise of what MLK said, which was race blindness, towards race obsession.
People doing everything they can to overturn his legacy really should not be quoting Martin Luther King. But here's the thing, King was not colorblind. Yes, he believed in the equal dignity of all people, but he also knew that achieving equality wouldn't happen magically. It would require deliberate and intentional action to dismantle white supremacy. He said, and I quote, "A society that has done something special against the Negro for hundreds of years must now do something special for the Negro." So no, DEI does not invert King's dream. It's an attempt to finally realize it. And it's not hostile to white men. It's just hostile to the assumption that white men should always be in charge.
What is there to say to that? Because to me, this relates to everything that we have seen since the dawn of Trumpism. Trump has this superpower over white men in particular. He has been able to convince them that they are victims in society, that they are under pressure and they are going to lose their place because of brown-skinned people, because of the LGBTQIA community, because of women. Like, it's this pick-me mindset, right? It's mediocre white men who peaked in high school or in some cases middle school. I'll say this every single day. It is those people, white men in particular, who are holding back society. They are keeping us from progressing. And what we saw yesterday was an example at the highest scale, right? I'm going to crash the stock market without telling my people. I'm going to tell my white men, the white voters out there, that listen, we're doing this. We got this covered. Don't worry about it. It'll be a little bit painful, but America first. We're gonna be strong. No other president is going to do this. You with me, boys? High fives around the locker room, right? High fives around the locker room. Meanwhile, he is stepping on their heads and then saying, I stepped on your head, but you should blame the immigrant. I stepped on your head, but you should blame women. I stepped on your head, but blame the brown and black people. I stepped on your head, blame the disabled, blame the queer, blame the LGBTQIA, blame everybody else except the person who's doing it to you. I'm not going to pick you. I'm going to tell you that I am, or I'm going to convince you that I am, but I'm not going to pick you. I'm never going to pick you. I can't stand you. That breakdown that gentleman just did, B. Wrecker, is a good follow on Instagram. I don't know if it can be said any better than that. So you've got people like Charlie Kirk out there, a bona fide white supremacist who brags about it, womanizer, transphobe, homophobe, and he's got credibility in our society. Why? Because he speaks to white men, mediocre, fragile, soft, scared, weak white men, the entire subset of our population that continues to hold us back. I don't know how else. I don't know how else you can exactly. It goes back to LBJ, right? I'm gonna, now that you said it, I want to read that quote again because I think it's perfect. LBJ quote about poor white men. Let's see what it is here. If you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pocket. Hell, give him somebody to look down on, and he'll empty his pockets for you. That's what this is. That's the Heritage Foundation and the white supremacists that are in our government, the Christian nationalist takeover, the oligarch class, right? The people that have the ability to change society forever, the people who have the ability to gentrify metropolitan areas, to eliminate public housing, to eliminate healthcare centers, to stop getting access to school lunches. It's not a coincidence, friends. It's not a coincidence. It's our brown and black brothers and sisters have known this forever, which is why black women, every time we ask them to save democracy, they step up to the tune of 92%. They see it. Where's the rest of us been? Where's the rest of white people been? White women, white men. Where have you been? You put your bumper sticker on your car to say BLM, but you can't bring yourself to vote for a black person. I'm saying this generally because it's all white people until it's no white people, just like it's all men until it's no men. Right? We keep asking marginalized communities to show up to save us from ourselves because we're too fucking lazy and too fucking entitled to do it. How else do you explain it? How else can you possibly explain? Never mind explain it. How can you justify it? Why is it that every single day I should be asking this question. Why do I talk about this every single day? Because every single day we see more of it. And people are, I mean, again, we have like the debate last night I had with this an imperialist. Not only does he like what he sees, he wants more of it. He wants our nation to be gentrified so that white people can retain their place on the podium. It is crazy to me that people still live under this impression that our nation is the greatest on earth. We never have been, never will be. Could we be? Sure. There's possibilities there. Okay. I got flagged by something. Who the fuck knows what it was, but whatever. This is an example. Somebody mass reported because I'm calling out white people. Come on. Like, really? I've got some more that I want to get to, but that breakdown that gentleman did explains so much because it's all a concerted effort. Like they've got, and this is the scary part, right? This is the really scary part is that the right is really good at it. They are super good at it. They've been practicing for years. They've been practicing for decades. They're going to target communities that they know they need to get elected. They're going to tell them that everybody else is to hate. They're going to remind them that we are the people that can save you. I mean, we talked about, I'm going to find that clip from Mitt Romney because Mitt Romney said it best. You know, the Democrats have pushed out voters. There's a case to be made for that. The Democrats have pushed out voters and they've joined the Republican Party. And then Mitt Romney says the problem is our policies don't benefit those people. Okay. Okay. So then fragile white people are convinced that the Republican ideology of smaller government, the nuclear family, none of that quote unquote trans stuff, right? F1 in the chat. They've convinced them that the Republican Party is their safe haven. Meanwhile, you get what you got yesterday. And then the spin connected to it. It's fucked up. It's beyond corrupt, in my opinion. It's beyond corruption. It is so morally disgusting that there is a group of people led by white men who are continuing to believe this lie. You're not going to get picked. You're not. You're not going to get picked. I can tell you one thing, though. Progressive politics would make your life better. Universal health care would make your life better. Highly paid teachers and investments in your schools, in your community, would make your life better. Repurposing our tax code so that the benefit goes to you and not to the oligarchs that you support. That would make your life better. Because all boats rise. Investing in large metropolitan areas. Because that's where all the growth comes from. That's where our GDP comes from. Instead of looking down at a person with brown skin like you do every single day, why not, for a change, realize that they're fighting for you? Those same brown and black people that you're told to hate are fighting for you. They vote for progressive politics. Not every voting block's a monolith. I get that, but by and large, they're voting for you. You're not voting for them, and you're complaining they're voting for you. Brown and black people vote left, by and large. Margins are crazy. They vote for you. You don't vote for you don't not only do you not vote for them, you don't even vote for yourself. It's mind-boggling that we're still here, especially after what we witnessed yesterday. Yes, I'm a little fired up this morning. After what we witnessed yesterday, what we watched, the mocking of the American public to the tune of trillions and billions of dollars. The mocking. It's beyond disgusting. Okay, I've got a little bit more sound to play. Well, first, we'll take a little humorous break. Okay, thank you. A little humorous break. Okay, I think we all can use a little laugh in our life. All right, play this.
What are two clips that give off the same energy?
When you ran out the healthy arms, you ran out of really healthy. They had great arms, but they ran out. It's called sports. It's called baseball in particular, and pitchers, I guess you could say, in really particular.
I personally believe that U.S. Americans are unable to do so because some people out there in our nation don't have that, and I believe that our education, like such as in South Africa and the Iraq, everywhere like such as, and I believe that they should, our education over here in the U.S. should help the U.S. or should help South Africa and should help the Iraq and the Asian countries.
What are two clips?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right.
Charles Schwab. It's not just a company.
Yeah, that's the Charles Schwab clip. I don't even know what to say about that anymore. I really don't know what to say, but about that anymore. I really don't know what to say, but it did go.
How dare you play that clip of me fucking up at the beauty pageant?
Well, I'm sorry, but we all have skeletons. We found yours, apparently.
Yeah, there we go.
Yep.
I'm sorry, guys. I let everyone down.
Yeah, that's okay. I understand. You're not from here, so it's fine. You don't go
well,
here.
I had to
it's totally
pretend
fine.
to be for that pageant. I'll tell you, it was not easy.
I'm curious about the reaction on your side of the pond today after the events of yesterday.
Incredulity.
That makes sense.
Like it's getting to the point where satire is dead because there's nothing more ridiculous than what is actually happening.
Good point.
And
Very good point.
Bear in mind, I thought that 4 years ago. I thought, satire's done. That's it. There's no more. But now I'm utterly convinced. When Onion articles look reasonable in comparison to real life.
Yeah. Right. I know. I know.
Like, yeah, I don't know what to say.
By the way, as we're looking ahead to the market open, at pre-market, it's down 626 points. So there was that big dip. We know that there was insider trading going on. Listen, you cannot, don't let the right try to convince you that there was not a massive amount of insider trading and corruption yesterday. Just don't let them do that. Okay. Just be like, okay, well, you're lying, obviously. So Marjorie Taylor Greene buying stock, Republicans in Congress buying stock, the same people that have been critical, people enriching themselves. They're going to try. Don't let them. Just talk past them. Just don't let them say, yeah, no, you're wrong. Because it's going to happen. Because Erica's going to end up in lives later where there's going to be that conversation. Someone's going to try to bring something up. And she's going to just dunk on them in the way that what she does. She'll call them puppet or my love, and they'll be disarmed and they won't know what to do.
You think I haven't already had that discussion today? Already?
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sure. So what happened?
Did you not see the market spike? Yeah. Tell me where it was on February 14th. Tell me where it was in December. The market spike has in no way made up for the market loss. So it doesn't matter. Yeah, when in December the market was at 45,000. The Dow was at 45,000. Now it's what, 40,000?
Yes, it closed yesterday at 40,000. Yep.
Right. So it's still down 5,000 points.
Yep, it's still down 5,000 points, almost 10%.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
yeah, win.
It's like you lost somebody stole you lost $1,000, but then you found 400 and you're stoked.
Yeah.
Hey, I found $400. Okay, cool.
Well,
you're down 600, my guy.
the problem is it's people that don't know anything about anything being told something and thinking that they then know about it.
Of corruption and the oligarch class. This just 26 minutes ago from the twice impeached, 4-time indicted, sexually abusing, foster convicted felon. Great news. The big, beautiful bill is coming along really well. Republicans are working together nicely. Biggest tax cuts in USA history getting close. More wealth transferring, more attacks on the middle class, more cuts to social services.
Well, and the thing is, it's like, if you want to say biggest tax cuts in US history, brilliant. For who? For who?
Exactly.
Not
like the last time.
Not for normal people. For
Nope.
you know.
Hey, can you drive the car for a minute?
I can. It will be on the other side of the road. Is that okay?
That's fine. I'll be right back.
It's a manual. Guys, thank you for being here today with the lovely Facts Still Matter. Hands live if you can. I would love that. When he comes back, let's try and get him to 95,000. So if you tap-a-roo, and we'll surprise him with 95,000 likes when he gets back. Even 100. I mean, there's 855 of you in here. If you just tap for a little bit, that would be cool. We're on 177 shares. Let's get that up to 250. Why not? Let's think big. I would love that. Don't forget, I was looking at what some TikTok creators make on lives. And our friend here is nowhere near that. So if you have the ability to gift him, please do, because he gives up 4 hours of his day every blooming day when he could be working and making money to talk to you guys. And I know that we all really appreciate it. What else am I going to ask you to do? Oh, don't forget to tap on the little heart at the top of the screen and join his team. It costs you 1 coin, and that's it. I'm going to ask you to go and check out FactsStillMatter.site. Also, if you want to subscribe, don't subscribe here. Subscribe there because there's a ton of interesting stuff there. And if this all goes away, because, I don't know, China put something in place to block the selling of ByteDance to anybody, like what on earth could make them do that? Maybe it'd be 125% tariff. I don't know. But if they happen to do that, then FactsStillMatter.site and the Discord, which is in Facts Bio, is where we will all assemble. Thank you.
Avengers Unite. Thank you for that, Erica. I appreciate you. Ms. Wonder, how are you this morning?
Oh,
Ms.
I was
Wonder?
tapping. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I appreciate you being here. Thanks a lot, friend.
You get it, honey. Bye.
That's funny.
Hang on, you didn't make the noise when you got. You didn't make the noise when you got the cowboy hat. Can I do it?
Sure.
Yeehaw!
That's great. Okay, I have another guest, and we'll get back to our corruption breakdown for the day because I got more. Good morning, Eddie. How are you today?
Pretty good. I mean, all things considered.
Okay.
Just wanted to
What's
make
on
a
your
quick
mind?
point about the markets. A lot of people who don't have money in the markets are kind of brushing it aside and making it seem like it's not a big deal, but it is a big deal. My two examples that I've been pushing out are, most people work for a big company, and the big companies, for example, might not be giving raises because of this. Or if you're looking for a job, that job you might have thought was in the bag, they might have pulled it back and they're not hiring for it anymore. So things like that.
Very true. There's so many examples, right? And that's a good. I mean, hiring freezes, hiring pauses. Potential bonus for employees. Of course, the CEOs and the executive team will get their bonuses, right? They might cut benefits. They're going to reduce staffing. We've already seen it. These are the things that happen all the time.
Anyways, those were the only 2 points off the top of my head. I could go on, but I appreciate you. I tune in usually about 20, 30 minutes a day. I
appreciate that. Thanks for saying that, friend. You have a good day. Take care. He's right. It's a really, really good point. It's a really, really good point. I've got more. I've got so many things to talk about. Like I said, I'm still in my pajamas. I just realized I didn't really go to bed last night. But anyway, Anachronista, how are you?
Hey, I'm not too bad, thanks. Got the British invasion.
I love it.
British squared. We're from British.
Yay, British. I just wanted to run a theory by you that I've been sort of formulating whilst listening to you today. And that is that I think there are a subsection of American men, in particular men, who think that they will be able to grift to be billionaires. And that's why they are so supportive of these uber wealthy getting tax cuts, because they think that they will be one of them very soon. And I think that that's exactly what's going on. And I think along with that, you have an even smaller subset of Republicans who think that they are bringing forth the rapture. If you don't know much about that one, that's a wild thing to look into. The BBC did a documentary about it. And you've got all of these people that have their own idea of the future of America that I think are going to cross paths at some point, and it's either going to be really messy in public or it's going to be a lot of deals behind closed doors. And it's going to impact all of us. It doesn't matter if we are here in British or in America, and it's quite a frightening time.
You're exactly right. We talk about this. It's the pick me mindset, right? I use the analogy that there's these mediocre white men who are sitting on the bleacher at the high school dance, expecting the prettiest girl to ask them to dance, and she's not. Yes. And it's just we see it every single day. We've heard about it. Because the way in which conservatives typically vote is they vote for themselves. I mean, this has been studied. Yes. So traditional right-leaning voters vote for their wallets, their family, their individual rights and freedoms. And people on the left tend to vote for the greater good. We vote for society. We vote for other people. We vote for so that all boats rise. And when you're stuck in this mindset of this selfishness as a voter, because you're saying, I'm voting because I know it's going to get better for me someday because I'm going to get picked. The pretty girl's going to ask me to dance at the prom.
Do you think that's a big contributing factor for the American dream?
Absolutely. It's one of the biggest lies ever told. Absolutely. Yeah. It's the carrot that's in front of the horse, right? It's just out of reach by design. And then you move the goalpost as society. But who's progressed in our society? Black and brown people have progressed in our society.
I think because they've kind of had to in order to be on a even close to equal footing. I think minorities, people of color in America, and still over here to some extent too, have had to work harder, have had to get a higher level of education to be on a vaguely equal platform. And I think these mediocre white men are seeing that people of color are surpassing them, and this is the only way they can think of trying to succeed with their mediocrity without putting the work in.
Well,
that's correct.
We've said this so many times that I don't know if it's that they think, I'm starting to think, I don't know if it's that they think they will be a multi-millionaire / billionaire one day, but that if they were, they wouldn't like to give their money up. And I think they find it easier to empathize, which is freaking wild. They find it easier to empathize with a multi-billionaire white man than they do a working class or middle class person of color or woman. For them, that person is, in their mind, that person is more like them than the working or middle class woman or person of color. They see themselves, because let's be honest, we all know that, you know the imaginary scale of looks. We know that men always place themselves 2 points higher than they actually are.
Gabby and Marley, thank you for your kindness on Venmo. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Sorry.
Men always place themselves 2 places higher than they actually are on that imaginary scale of like looks.
I'm a 14 on a scale of 1 to 10.
Yeah.
I know.
And I have no teeth. Whereas I feel like they do that with life. There are a lot of men who place where they are a lot higher. Somebody in the comments said they're like temporarily embarrassed billionaires, and that's so freaking true.
It's so true. And it's so true. My gosh, that's so true.
It's wild, and I've spoken to so many of these people now who will go out of their way to simp for someone they literally have nothing in common with, apart from a phallus and a skin color.
Yeah, we see it with Farage, and he's our Timu Trump, and it's just, even watching all of the stuff in America, there's still these like predominantly white men simping for this millionaire that made his millions from betting against Brexit and making Brexit happen, and they think that he's there for their interest, and it's just, I can't understand how so many of these, particularly the younger generation, are falling for these lies when we can see how his line of policies are working, or rather not working, for the American people.
I think it's actually, I feel like it's relatively simple to explain, because our society is built on white supremacy. And the right, the conservative, the Christian nationalists have been able to kind of ride that wave for centuries to remind people that, listen, if we get universal health care, that means black and brown people are going to get it too. If we get access to public funding, that means that black and brown people are going to get it too. So again, they're told that everybody around them is responsible for their demise, of which there is none. They live in their mediocrity, and the rest of society has developed past them. Like I've said it, I'll say it again. Progressivism, the ability to move forward, is being constrained because of weak, fragile, mediocre white men.
You know what's really interesting though? One of the things that I teach is, what the Holy Land was like in biblical times. And this whole hierarchy of people that existed at the time, where basically the hierarchy was based on perceived purity by other people. Perceived purity was based on your being part of the dominant group, not being a woman, being rich. The richer you were, the more God loved you. So that made you, so richness was a sign of purity. And I feel like I ask the people I teach, is that really different to now? How different is that to now? And, at 13, they are able to define, I mean, I don't ask a leading question like that, but they're able to tell me that actually society is exactly the same now. Men are still on top. People from the dominant group are still on top. And richness still, for some reason, for some people, signifies some level of purity. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Anything else to add to that, Anachronista?
No, that was it really. Just, although I will say to Erica, I think that's the feudal system here. We've got people that own, like, billionaires that own 50% of the land in our country, because they were given it by a king several thousand or a few hundred years ago.
Yeah. That's true. And I think the difference is here. Here you will never get into that top group no matter how much money you earn, because it's based on birth, not on money.
Yeah.
So, there's a distinction here between new and old money, and it's quite different in that way.
If you could see how far I'm stretching to get her in shot. But yeah, so cuteness. My tiny dog enjoying the sunshine.
Thank you so much for jumping in today. I appreciate you. I've always appreciated your support for what we do here. Thank you very much. You have a good day.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
All right, bye.
And
oh, sorry. I hate it when I do that. My apologies. I didn't mean to do that. I should have asked the question. You guys should have told each other where in the country you're from based on your accents.
Oh, we're both from the south. Anachronist is just a bit posher than me, I think, though.
So we'll get back into the corruption because I've got some more stuff that's going to just drive you guys crazy. But I wanted you all to know this is really, really important because the government is really looking out for us. The United States has banned romantic and schmexual relationships with Chinese citizens for government employees in China. Yes, you heard that right. The U.S. government banned employees and personnel in China from having romantic and or schmexual relationships with Chinese citizens. According to the AP, 4 sources said that former U.S. Ambassador Nicholas Burns put the policy into place before leaving his post. A watered-down version of the new policy was tested in December 2024, which banned U.S. government employees in China from having romantic and or schmexual relations with Chinese citizens who were employed as support staff and guards at 5 consulates in China, as well as the U.S. Embassy. Burns expanded that policy to cover all Chinese citizens just days before President Trump took office. The policy was announced to American government staff located in China in January, but hasn't been announced yet publicly. 2 people with knowledge of the new policy told the AP that it was implemented after several members of Congress reached out to Burns and voiced worries that there wasn't a policy in place that restricted such relationships with Chinese citizens. Individuals who violate the policy will be forced to leave China. The policy doesn't apply to U.S. employees located outside of China. The Chinese government employs a similar policy to overseas personnel, barring them from having sexual relationships or romantic relationships with foreign citizens. So again, I didn't realize that the U.S. government was so concerned about, international relations, so to speak. But apparently they are. I know that's really, really important as the American democracy crumbles at our feet. But let's make sure that we're keeping people, let's make sure that we're, what's the expression? Anyway, don't be shacking up. Don't be shacking up if you're in China.
Who was the representative that married a Russian asset? Was it Madison Cawthorn?
No, there was, I don't remember. Eric Swalwell apparently had a relationship with someone who had some connections somewhere. I don't remember, but all right. I want to get back to some of the continued corruption that we see. So Chris Murphy, if you don't follow Chris Murphy, Senator from Jersey, he is just a brilliant guy. He is on Substack, and he talks about the multiple nuanced layers of corruption. So I'm just going to read you this. It's not very long. This was published at the end of March. The scale of corruption in Trump's White House has been stunning and unprecedented. Trump sells access, charging $5 million for corporate CEOs who want to meet with him. Elon Musk cancels contracts for his competitors and awards them to himself. Charges are dropped against corrupt politicians as long as the politicians pledge personal loyalty to Trump. The scope of the grift is without precedent. But there is a clear winner when it comes to the contest for the worst of the corruption, the Trump crypto coin and the alliance between Trump and crypto industry. It's all just a shameless scheme for Trump to legalize large-scale bribery, and shockingly, very few people seem to have taken notice. For most people, the crypto industry is an enigma. Ordinary Americans don't understand and don't try to understand. That's exactly why Trump knew it would be the perfect way to launder money into his pocket. First, let's rewind a timeline a little. The crypto industry was furious at the Biden administration the crypto industry was furious that the Biden administration didn't let them run wild. Instead, the SEC and the DOJ were cracking down on fraud, scams, and theft, which made it a lot harder for these billionaires to continue their quick get-rich schemes. Everyone knows Trump can be bought. And the 2024 election was the perfect opportunity for the crypto industry to get someone in the White House who would let them continue to abuse the public. The industry poured $130 million into Trump's campaign, and when he did, they started cashing in. Almost immediately, investigations into major cryptocurrency firms have been halted. Lawsuits over crypto fraud dropped. And then this weekend, Trump announced this recently, this again to the end of March, a new national crypto reserve declaring, quote, I will make sure the U.S. is the crypto capital of the world. The reserve is basically a vehicle to use the government to prop up the industry using public resources that put money into the hands of crypto billionaires. But that's not the worst of it. No, the real grift is the Trump meme coin, which enables a kind of legalized presidential money laundering of a scale and scope never before seen in America. Right before the inauguration, Trump launched his own meme coin, called it Trump, with a $sign. It's a digital asset with a value tied to, well, nothing other than the popularity of Trump himself. It has no independent value. Its price is just a function of demand. If a lot of people want it, its price goes up. If nobody wants it, the price plummets. Trump knew his MAGA supporters, wild with enthusiasm during the inauguration, would buy up a ton of the worthless coin. It worked. When prices jumped from 18 cents to $75 a piece, his net worth on paper swelled to more than $56 billion. And when it fell back down to 17, where it sits today, many of his supporters who bought at the top lost actual real money. He duped his followers into buying the coin with its real value of $0 at its highest point, knowing it was going to crash. Trump doesn't need to care about the fluctuation of the cost because he gets a transaction fee every time the coin trades are made. The Trump family made $100 million just in trading fees, while many of his supporters have lost thousands of dollars. But the real scam is not the transaction fees. No, it's the way the coin can be inflated in value. I'm not knocking the crypto industry here. I'm just using this as an example to talk about the corruption that Trump used. I'm not knocking that industry at all. In fact, on the contrary, I'm just reminding people that it doesn't really matter where you are. Corruption is corruption. The real scam is not the transaction fees. No, it's the way the coin can be inflated in value at key moments to allow Trump to swell his fortune. Trump held back 80% of the coin, and he will put more up for sale when the price once again spikes. How does the price spike? Allowing Trump to cash in with an additional release of coin? Well, all it takes is a few Russian oligarchs or billionaire CEOs to buy a large quantity of the coin, therefore increasing net demand for the price to rise. You might think, surely that's illegal for a foreign government or a CEO to manipulate the Trump coin market for Trump to enrich himself. Amazingly, it is not. There is nothing stopping a Russian oligarch, a Saudi prince, or an oil company CEO from buying Trump coins to put money directly into Trump's pocket. And guess what? We aren't even yet to the worst part. The biggest scam is that we will never know who is buying the Trump coin to inflate the price and put cash into his pocket because the buyers of the coin are secret. So it's essentially a private conduit for bribery. Billionaires with business before the U.S. government today can buy coins in order to make Trump rich and then whisper to Trump that they need a favor. And the American people would never know. As an example, within the first minute of trading, one buyer purchased around 6 million tokens of Trump coin, sending the price through the roof. 2 days later, the buyer sold off the entire supply for a profit of more than $100 million. Trump likely made money off those transactions, but we have no idea who the mystery buyer was. Reporting suggests the buyer was likely operating out of, wait for it, China. It doesn't stop there. When Trump cashes out, he's not doing it through a mainstream exchange. He's doing it through unregulated Chinese exchanges. Why? Because he's got something to hide. Either the sources of the money or the people connected to him that are getting the payments, and faces much less scrutiny by conducting his business on Chinese exchanges. So, while Trump meme coin may seem like some silly, hard to understand online fad, it could end up being the most insidious tools of corruption in the history of the presidency. The whole scheme is akin to Trump posting his Venmo or Cash App handle and inviting corporate interests and foreign governments to send him funds but only in secret. Trump's crypto scams are just the further proof that his administration doesn't give a crap about you or helping our communities. The only thing that they care about is making money for Trump and his billionaire friends. Okay, that's the end of that article. It continues, though, because did you know that within days of the administration taking office, the Justice Department shut down its cryptocurrency fraud unit? The Justice Department has shut down its unit that investigates cryptocurrency fraud effective immediately, even as the Trump administration ramps up its embrace of the emerging digital currency market. So what do we learn? Again, Chris Murphy's opinion. Chris Murphy's pretty trustworthy guy, but we have enough evidence to say that this is happening and happened. And we know why else would you shut down the agency that is investigating cryptocurrency fraud if you weren't perpetuating the fraud yourself?
I learned from the comments section that Chris Murphy's actually from Connecticut, not New Jersey.
Oh, that's right. That's right. My bad. That's right. Thank you for that.
They
That's
were
right.
all like, he's actually from Connecticut. No, but it's true. Like, not that a crypto unit from the DOJ would ever investigate Trump during a Trump presidency, obviously, because the DOJ under a Trump presidency is not independent. But you know, it does reek of, it reeks of, what was it you were, did you call them, what did you call them? The bro somethings?
The broligarchy?
Oh yeah, it doesn't sound as good when I say it. It would be the broligarchy, which makes them sound like umbrellas. But yeah, it reeks of that. This is why when you saw Trump's inauguration, you saw all of those people from the crypto space and from the social media space, many of whom cross over between both of those. The fact that those people were standing next to him and sitting behind him and were seen there, it's because he's doing stuff for them. He's not doing stuff for us. Not for me. Well, certainly not for me. But for you guys, that's not who he's doing things for.
Yeah. Hazy, how are you today?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
Fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
So I'm just glancing through the news and listening to you, and we were listening to you talk about corruption and things to that sort, and I was curious if you saw that they have upgraded the safety level for El Salvador for Americans, saying that it is now safer to visit than France or other common destinations. So they're saying, hey, go to El Salvador, have a good time, you're safe there. But and this is the quote: the upgrade to level 1 puts El Salvador ahead of some more traditional travel destinations for Americans like France, the UK, and Italy. They're all at level 2, which is a recommendation to exercise increased caution because of threats from TIAS. Some other nations in Central America, including Panama and Costa Rica, are level 2, with neighboring Guatemala level 3, which carries a recommendation to reconsider travel. And I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? Like, you're threatening to send U.S. citizens there. You've already sent U.S. citizens there. You've sent innocent people there. We know what you're doing there. And now you're going to tell Americans to go visit and have a good old time.
Yeah, just have a grand time. We played the sound yesterday from Caroline Levitt saying that U.S. citizens may just be deported if they commit crimes. Again, more evidence of violating the Constitution. But this doesn't surprise me. I mean, should we be surprised by anything anymore that we hear from the administration when it comes to shit like this?
I don't think so.
No.
It just blows my mind. It still blows my mind every day, because I'm like, when is it going to flip on its head? It's on this axis and they keep tilting it and tilting it and tilting it further in one direction. And it's like, I don't want to say I'm hopeful, but there's this cautious optimism that maybe it'll flip on its axis and go head over heels. But and then the other things that I was noticing today is we always talk about YT privilege, and there was the autistic boy who was recently pew-pewed, and there have been multiple instances of people of color. And I was actually looking at the BBC, and there's an article about a woman by the name Jillian Lauren, and she actually brandished a pew-pew at LAPD, and threatened to shoot it to take care of things. And they pew-pewed her back. She ran into her home, hid with her child's babysitter for half an hour, and then they peacefully took her into custody. And I'm like, there's that YT privilege for you. Like, can it stand out any further?
Absolutely. I mean, it's every corner of our society. Every single day, we see more and more examples. That's why we talk about it, because most
I did
people
have a
don't pay
question
attention.
for you, and this is something
Ask.
I'm going back and forth on. So I was reading about, and this is in regards to 401ks, they're calling it the Women's Retirement Protection Act of 2025. And they're kind of spinning it as a good thing, and Democrats put it up, but I'm looking at it and I'm going, is that really a good thing? And basically what they're doing is saying that it's going to take both husband and wife or spouses to be able to take money out of a 401k. And I'm sitting here going, I get the reasoning behind it in some aspects, because you're together, your 401k could be considered a marital asset. But on the flip side to that, it's like, what if I need that money? Like, to me, I'm really kind of disappointed to read that, because even if I'm going through a nasty divorce and I need that money to get myself up and moving again, now I need to have my spouse be able to sign that. Like, I'm just like, wait, where did this come from? And which, like, the Democrats on it are House Representative Lauren Underwood from Illinois and Senator Tammy Baldwin from Wisconsin. And I'm just sitting here going, wait, what? And it's a very quick read if anybody wants to read it. It's a one-page that doesn't want to pull up on my screen right now. But it was very interesting, and it came through one of my, I get the smart, it's not Smart Border, but there's another, the smart notifications that come through my email every day about politics and things that deal with my work and things to that sort. And it was just reintroduced in both the House and Senate to close the retirement gap and improve women's financial security. I'm like, how does that improve my financial security?
Yeah, without knowing the name specifically of it. So it's not, yes, I mean, unless there's, prenups, things like that are considered marital assets. But you bring up an interesting point, right? I mean, obviously if it's a retirement fund, a 401k, Roth, whatever it might be, and you were contributing to it prior to marriage, and your marriage or civil union or partnership ends, then shouldn't you be able to rightly claim that asset? And it's never
Absolutely.
really been that way. Yeah, it's always been that it's considered just a marital asset, which I think has always been disgusting. That's just one of those things that, propping up the patriarchy, right?
And it blows my mind that Democratic women are putting this up there, but the key points of it are, because the bullet points finally loaded, are to strengthen consumer protections, to safeguard retirement savings, to increase financial literacy. I'm like, I think I can handle my literacy around my 401k. And then provide assistance to help certain women obtain qualified domestic relation orders. And I'm like, I don't get this. Like, now it's like the rest of it, like my cautious optimism.
Help with this.
Perfect.
By the way. So, it's not what it appears. And I completely I had to read it 3 times. Because I was like, what? Because it's literally like half a page. So now I get it. The important part, I think.
Send me the link, will you, Obi? Send me the link.
Yes, I will send you. Hold on, copy. Less is more. Paste.
That a boy. You're learning.
Stop it. And I'm going to put it in the mod chat.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to distract you.
No worries. Squirrel. Here's I think the most important sentence. As women strive for economic equality in this country, we must make sure they can retire with dignity, said Underwood. That means protecting their financial future and preventing a spouse from draining shared retirement savings without consent. I think this has more to do with shoring up consumer protections and less to do with telling women that they're incapable of understanding things. And again, it took me 3 times to read this to get it because it's really poorly worded. But I think that's what happens when you get a press release about something they're trying to introduce. But I believe that this has a lot to do with shared marital assets and the fact that, let's say you and I are married and all the retirement money is in my name and you're the beneficiary. Well, then I have the legal right to go ahead, to your point, just as if you would if it were the inverse, and take all that money, right? And so I think what it's trying to do is add consumer protections into law that would prevent one spouse or another from draining those marital assets and therefore denying persons access to shared wealth.
So, and maybe this is a common misconception on my part. My understanding is a 401k, as it is set up, is in my name. My husband's my beneficiary, but that's the extent of it. As a beneficiary, he would not be able to touch that money unless I was found legally incompetent or I had ceased to exist on this realm. But this makes it sound like even in those circumstances, well, beyond those circumstances, like he can't, like I can't do anything with that, even if he has his own 401k. And so I guess I'm confused about that part because in our house, like we each have our own. And if he wants to touch his, that's his problem. If I want to touch mine, that's my problem. I mean, of course we discuss it, but they're separate and we put in equal amounts. We balance them out, like do it as fairly as we possibly can. I know not every household works that way.
Yeah.
But it just seems like for me, who has busted my rear end since whenever and put this money into my 401k, I almost feel like it's them saying, oh, well, your spouse has to protect you so you can have dignity after a certain age. And it's like, but I don't need someone protecting me after a certain dignity. So I guess
first sentence. Yeah, that first sentence, and they talk about the legislation would strengthen consumer protections to protect retirement savings by establishing spousal protections similar to those that are available for defined benefit plans, for defined contribution plans like a 401k. This will prevent one spouse from making decisions that might undermine a couple's retirement resources without the other's knowledge and consent. That's pretty confusing.
Look at the paragraph that starts with women lag significantly behind their male counterparts in retirement savings. In 2023, their median retirement income was 83.6% of men's retirement income. That's a huge disparity. Because of these financial challenges, women ages 65 and older are 25% more likely to live in poverty compared to men in the same age group. So I think this is also a generational thing. And if we're being quite honest, the patriarchy that still exists really has more men, especially Gen Xers and older, with retirement accounts than women. Generations after Gen X, I would say it's probably an equal 50-50. But there are an awful lot of women who have no retirement directly in their name. And I think that's what this is. Listen, that's the 6th time I've read it now. So the more I read this, the more I'm starting to get the math part, right?
Yeah, I get that, but that language is vague because it says, again, strengthen consumer protections to protect retirement savings by establishing spousal protections similar to those that are available for defined benefit plans or defined contribution plans. This will prevent one spouse from making decisions that might undermine a couple's retirement resources without the other knowledge and consent. Just to Hazy's point, she has a 401k that's in her name. she can't make changes. Though, as I read this, she can't make changes to it without the consent of her husband. That's how I read that.
I read it.
I don't read it that way, and that's only because I'm in this business. Right?
Okay, that's fair.
So it's
that's fair. I get that, but I think the point that it's vague is the scary part to me, right? Well, the fact that we can look at this from two different sides, right?
Yes, and Mr. Communications expert, would you not be willing to admit that any political thing written by a staff that's like probably hurriedly put out there?
Absolutely. Right. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Anyway.
Yes.
Yeah, I get it. It's a really shittily written press release, but I do believe, like, I'm starting to understand that this is about ensuring women have equal say and equal rights in these decisions, because there has been, over the last 20 plus years, some very significant cases in which women had to claw back and spend an awful lot of money in legal terms to get what was theirs, because their spouse drained the account, moved it offshore, did all sorts of sneaky shit.
Right.
Yeah,
because
again, I get that.
Dudes had retirement accounts, women
by and large though,
and or weren't allowed to, right?
Right.
As my husband would tell you, I'm the sugar mama, so I got the bigger 401k. That's
there
why
you go.
I'm here going, hands off my 401k, mister.
Bye, Erica. See you later. Yeah, Hazy, I think it's fair to bring that up, and to Obi's point, and we talk about this. I think it's written. This is written to women to say that we're not going to allow your husbands to make changes to a shared 401k retirement account. The problem is, because I analyze words, Obi knows this. It doesn't make it clear. It's not soothing to me to read that vagueness and ambiguity. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, no, and that's fair. I think we'll have to wait to see what more comes out as the proposal for further language comes out. But I saw that and I was like, what? Like my head kind of spun a little bit with that one. But and then I will leave you with this thought. So thank you for your banter with your fake debater last night. They had a conversation with me after the fact, and their head has been thoroughly removed from their ass. So I appreciate that. I think they needed to see some of the comments that were in the post, as well as the things you were saying about going back to this industrialized form, because they were so stuck on World War II and they're a World War II buff and all of that. And so they kept going back to that. And I was like, but let's take a minute and pause here. Are we really ever going to fight like we did in World War II? Is that ever going to happen again? And the answer is no.
Nope.
That's not, we're talking more so chemicals of mass destruction. We're talking more so drones. We're talking more so things where people don't have to be physically there to get their hands dirty. They're still getting their hands dirty, of course, but they're not on the ground in a trench.
Yeah.
And
you're right.
So it was very interesting. So I just want to say thank you, because as much as I love this person, they have very much been a checks and balances. We've got checks and balances. And I'm like, no, you don't got jack shit right now, buddy.
Yeah, exactly.
No, sorry, you don't. But yeah, so thank you for that. And it was a good conversation. And by all means, if you come in here again, he will not have that name. He changed the name just to come in for the fake
That's
debate.
Fine. That's fine. It was great. It was great.
Yeah. So I'll let you know his new name once he figures it out, because he has to wait now to change it. But feel free to give him hell like every time he comes in here. But
I will. But I appreciate you saying that, Hazy. I thank you. I saw your note. So thanks again for saying that. I appreciate it.
Excellent. You have a great one.
You too. Take care. Hi, Jess.
Good morning. I'm super late, but did we talk about deporting American citizens yet, though, or the violent ones?
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday. Yeah, by the way, friends, the market has opened, and it's down 760 points after the massive wealth transfer that we saw yesterday.
Good morning, Gus. Good morning, Ma. I just, how does she in good I mean, she's a lot of words that I won't say about a woman, but I think them. How does she, in good faith, go up there and say, like, we're just going to deport violent American citizens?
Well, that's because she's in the cult.
Your mic sounds really
And yeah, the argument is, I mean, in part of your constitutionally protected, rights, I think it's the Sixth Amendment, maybe, you're not deported. You commit crimes, no matter how heinous they are, you don't get deported. You still have rights. You don't get deported.
Yeah, and who does that largely affect? The
Black and brown people.
Community. Black men. And this is, we've seen this happen over and over again in every fucking generation, and it's disgusting to me. And I just...
Well, since you're here, and I know this is something that we've joked about in the past, because do me a favor, say water, first of all.
Water.
Thank you. Okay. Sorry, picking on you. I know that this has been a bit of an obsession of yours. So this was an executive order that was signed yesterday. Okay. Hold on.
Other water appliances.
You can say it. Go ahead. What are the appliances?
I mean, it's everything, sir.
Sinks and
dishwashers, toilets, sinks. But the shower heads are
huge. No water. You don't get water. It's ridiculous.
So with this executive order, we're effectively going to be reversing that set of regulations to ensure that Americans have choice in the consumer market. If they want a low-flow shower head, they can buy one. If they want a real deal shower head,
That's true. You buy a new house, you pay a lot of money, and the developers, you're not allowed to do anything more. They put restrictors on. They used to have a restrictor where you could take it out, but now they weld it in. And you take a shower or wash your hands, whatever you do, including dishwashers when no water comes out. You wash your hands, and in my case, I like to take a nice shower to take care of my beautiful hands. Stand in the shower for 15 minutes till it gets wet. It comes out drip, drip, drip. It's ridiculous.
Okay. So we joke about that. We have a running joke between Jess and I because of the things that he has said about water, this obsession. So once again, we have families that are in crisis. We have access to healthcare being denied. We have women under threat. We have members of the LGBTQIA community under threat. We have the BIPOC community under threat. We have Americans getting poorer and poorer. We have the wealthiest among us getting richer and richer. We are dealing with measles outbreaks in Texas, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And he's concerned about showers. So he has some famous videos as it relates to his obsession with water. Here's just a couple.
They take a shower and water comes dripping out. It's dripping out, very quietly dripping out. People are flushing toilets 10 times, 15 times, as opposed to once. They end up using more water. So EPA is looking at that very strongly, at my suggestion. We're looking at very seriously at opening up the standard. And there may be some areas where we'll go the other route, desert areas, but for the most part, you have many states where they have so much water that it comes down. It's called rain.
Wait, there's another one. I'm not done. There's another one. Hold on.
It's 15 times.
People are flushing toilets 10 times, 15 times.
Oh my God.
Sinks, showers, and toilets. We won't talk about toilets. Trump with the toilets. People have to flush their toilet 15 times. Toilets 10 times, right? 10 times. Wow, Bob, not me, of course, not me.
While President Trump was in office, staff in the White House residence periodically discovered wads of printed paper clogging a toilet in the White House residence. Most believe the president had been flushing documents.
Keep your eyes open if you see any shenanigans, which you probably will. If you see people like dumping things, flushing things.
We laugh otherwise we would lose our shit, literally. Okay, so
But
again,
the thing about it is the serious part about the water, guys. Like, I know it's a running joke, but like, if he takes off regulators, we would be paying so much money in our water bills. Like, so much money. Like, my water bill is already like not super, super cheap for water. It should be free, right? We should be able to flush the toilet 15 times without paying for water. Like, we have to pay for water. But I have a water bill with my township. It's going to be more expensive.
I know
Just because he wants to wash his hair?
Somebody just said that we're now dumber for me playing that. I apologize, but this is the president of the United States. So
A running
literally,
water joke,
we're
yes.
talking. We're talking about an executive order that was signed to address shower heads,
Wait, Steve. Big
toilets,
John said,
sinks, and dishwashers.
you'll still have the choice for it to drip drip on you, Jess. Don't worry. So I can keep the regulator in. Who flushes their toilet 15 times, Steve? Who?
I don't know. I really don't. I used to live in a place that was relatively remote, didn't have any electricity. I spent the summer there, and there was a very low flow toilet. So that was an example that you kind of had to wait, or you just decided to go in the woods and find a nice tree log and dig a hole. That's a different conversation. But I share that with you because how are we supposed to take our government seriously? And here's the thing. There will be people out there on the right attempting to justify this, saying, hey, it's a really good thing because I've never thought about my water before, but now because my cult leader has told me to, I'm going to start thinking about it.
I got gaslit by the water.
Did you just say that Hakeem Jeffries has challenged Mike Johnson to a debate on the House floor? Really? Did that really happen? Really? I would love to see that. But anyway, friends, that's kind of
Quick Star show up yesterday?
No, of course not.
Oh, Quick Star.
No, Obi was ready. All right, I want to share. I want to move to another story since we're speaking about corruption. Jesse said, "I'm sorry. Did you something on your mind that you want to share? You got stuff coming up, don't you? Promote your stuff."
I do. So, guys, tomorrow, Friday, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I have a one-on-one battle. So basically, if you guys have never seen a battle or you don't know what a battle is, my shirt is giving off fluffy, so now there's stuff floating all over the air. I have
Hey now.
ADD. If you've never seen a battle, so what you do is you come to the battle, you tap the screen. It's like a 5-minute thing. So if you're later than 8:30, you're not going to make it. It's like 5 minutes, and the loser has to make pig noises. And I really don't want to make pig noises, y'all. So, please just show up, tap the screen, give gifts, and do what we do here. Show MBW some love. And then we also have our show. Tonight we have Therapy Thursday with Amanda, where she debates MAGA and she gives them fake prescriptions. She is not a doctor. We are not doctors. But it is quite entertaining. So if you guys want to laugh and want to have some fun, please head over there tonight. That is 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Okay, a couple of thank yous. Thank you to Haley. Haley says, have a cup of coffee on me. Thank you, Haley. I appreciate you very, very much. That's very kind of you. I also want to thank you. We have, by the way, there's more new merch in the merch store, including a really cool Resist shirt with a penguin flipping the bird, literally. Thank you for recent purchases for people who have done that, people who did that. And also thank you to Nancy and to Spoon Daddy for becoming recent subscribers. I appreciate you guys very, very much.
Spoon Daddy.
Also, thank you to Slick Beaver. I appreciate you, Slick.
I can't take you seriously when you say that.
I'm not going to touch that. Wait a minute, that's the wrong thing to say too. I'm not going to address the Slick Beaver today. Okay.
I'm telling.
All right. So, wait a minute. Greg sent me something. What did he send?
It's not canceled, Ghost.
It's great to have someone on your team that is on now.
You're killing me today, Steve.
That's Gregory. That's not me. Okay. So I wanted to address the situation with Marine Le Pen. So Marine Le Pen is a far right politician in France who was supported by Elon Musk and others. And she was recently indicted for corruption. So Marine Le Pen was poised to lead France's far right. Now she's facing prison for embezzlement. Here's what we know. Marine Le Pen, leader of France's far right national rally, built her career on anti-immigration, nationalism, and fear. Sound familiar? Sure it does. She ran for president 3 times and was seen as a serious contender for 2027. Now, she's been found guilty of embezzling public funds. A French court ruled that Le Pen used money from the European Parliament to pay National Rally staff funds meant for legitimate EU work. She's been sentenced to 4 years in prison and fined 100,000 euros and banned from running for office for 5 years. That likely ends her path to the presidency. This case isn't just about corruption, it's about accountability. In France, even powerful political figures face consequences. The justice system drew a line in an era of growing authoritarianism. Le Pen's party has long promoted xenophobia, Islamophobia, and anti-EU sentiment. Despite her attempts to rebrand right-wing values, the ideology remains. This verdict pierces her facade. She denies all wrongdoing and plans to appeal. But whether this marks the end of her political career or just a pause, the message is clear. France is not afraid to hold extremists accountable. In France, power doesn't mean impunity. When will the U.S. hold its own to that standard? I share that with you because Donald Trump and Elon Musk backed Frances Le Pen after far-right leader's embezzlement conviction. President Trump blamed French far-right leader Marine Le Pen's embezzlement conviction on, quote, a witch hunt. And European leftists in a post on True Social, which his ally Elon Musk reposted saying, free Le Pen. Trump called for Le Pen's freedom days after the judge convicted her and 24 members of her far-right national rally for embezzling European Union funds, handing her a 4-year prison sentence and a 5-year ban on running for office, effectively disqualifying her for the 2027 presidential French election. Trump said on True Social, Le Pen's conviction is an example of leftists trying to, quote, silence free speech and put political opponents in prison, drawing comparisons to himself by referring to his own impeachment trials. Trump said Le Pen was convicted on a minor charge that she probably knew nothing about, calling the ruling so bad for France. Musk, who has in recent months ramped up his support for European far-right parties on social media, posting a screenshot of Trump's post to X, writing, free Le Pen. Musk has drawn ire from EU leaders for promoting far-right parties in Germany, Italy, and more countries on social media. Musk was a staunch supporter of Germany's far-right Alternative for Germany in the lead up to the country's elections in February. The party, which is anti-immigrant and supports mass deportations and abandoning the euro, has sparked controversy over some leaders allegedly using Yahtzee rhetoric. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz has called Musk's support for the AfD and Europe's far right really disgusting and not good for the democratic development of all of the European Union. Germany's center-right Christian Democrat Union Party claimed the biggest share of the votes in February. Though the AfD placed second with its best ever election results, Musk also backed Italy's Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni and has frequently blasted the UK's Labour Party and its leader, Prime Minister Keir Starmer. The Financial Times reported that Musk held private discussions about how to oust Starmer before the UK's next election. On his X account, Musk has frequently tweaked Trump's campaign slogan for Europe, posting, "Make Europe Great Again." I share that story with you because the French government and the judicial system in France stood up to the corruption and said, we don't play that here, Holmes. And instead of just stepping away from it and not even talking about it at all, instead, the twice impeached, 4-time indicted, sexually abusing fraudster convicted felon decided to double down and compare her political persecution to his. A person who has now been convicted of embezzlement and
she probably didn't know about,
corruption at the and corruption at the highest scale in government. And our president has said she probably didn't even know it's a witch hunt. It's the radical left.
Hi, Obi,
I
by
don't
the
know.
way.
He's busy. He must have shifted in his chair. He's probably mathing.
Good morning. No, Steve knows what I'm doing. Anyway, I'm mathing over here.
Oh, don't involve me in that. Nope. I can't believe he actually compared his convictions. You know,
Yes,
sometimes
you can.
I'm speechless.
Yes, you can.
I took it back immediately. The words went back in because it just, she probably didn't know. How? Somebody did it to her? Somebody went into her bank account, like did whatever they did, and then like she just got charged with it. Like she just took money from somewhere. Somebody else took money from somewhere, used her name, maybe like put on like a suit of hers that like looked like her. What the fuck? What kind of rationalization can we go with?
I think it's bigger than that. I think it's basically saying, listen, we all do fraud, so why are you picking on her? Right? It's just, it's birds of a feather. Somebody just said it. So speaking of fraud and corruption, there's a post by Americans for Democracy. This is a tweet. I want to talk about a few things I learned today. Trump is going to have a military parade on his birthday that costs $92 million as a conservative estimate. Who else again had a military parade on their birthday? Anybody want to take a guess?
Schmittler.
Then I saw
Not
Pete
free
Hegseth post.
fraud, waste, and
Exactly.
abuse.
Exactly. Then I saw Pete Hegseth post that the military is getting $1 trillion budget. Meanwhile, people are losing their retirement and the stock market is crashing. Tracks. Totally tracks. Okay. So there has been, I want to kind of pivot to this a little bit. We know that the twice impeached, four times dead.
Scary. That's scary.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. What is? We lost you, Jess. You've got a massive lag and you've got red bars. I'm dropping you. You can request again if you want to. Okay. So we've been hearing a little bit more about Obama's name recently, just because of the fact that Trump has talked about running for a third term. So there's been some polls that have been put out in the field, and in a head-to-head, Obama wins with 56% of the vote, a blowout. And I'm sorry, 53% of the vote, a blowout. But in that is an actual electoral blowout, right? We don't know what's going to happen with all this, but if that's the game they want to play, and then you want to do this, okay, that's fine. Sign me up. I'm not saying that Obama would run. Who knows? But this is Barack's breakdown of the claims that Trump likes to make for his economy, and this creator did a really good job of sort of dissecting it. So here you go.
Wow, I don't know. I remember that economy when he first came in being pretty good. Yeah, it was pretty good because it was my economy.
This is actually true. Trump simply rode the trend started by Obama. The average quarterly economic growth under Trump was 2.5%, almost exactly what it was under Obama's second term, 2.4%. Trump said back in 2019,
"We have launched an unprecedented economic boom."
But the major ways of measuring the economy, like jobs, unemployment, or wages, didn't see any turning point or change after Trump took office. Job growth had been consistent since the end of the recession in 2010. Obama's 76 consecutive months of job growth simply continued under Trump, though Obama's job growth was higher. Unemployment was also already steadily falling. Obama had cut unemployment to 4.7% from its 10% peak during the recession, and it kept falling until the pandemic. Wages were also already increasing at a steady pace when Trump took office. Most economists agree that Trump inherited a good economy. He didn't create it.
I spent 8 years cleaning up the mess that the Republicans had left me the last time. So just in case everybody has a hazy memory, he didn't do nothing except those big tax cuts.
And those big tax cuts benefited the rich, but did almost nothing for the middle class. And they don't expire until the end of 2025.
So, couple things to talk about there, right? So we know this, and we've been studying this, right? We know that he inherited an economy that was booming, 76 straight months of good job growth, inflation brought down, unemployment brought down based on the Trump having to bail, or Obama having to bail out Bush. With that said, I just want to remind people of a few things, because there's now a post on Truth Social saying, just out, inflation is down. So the inflation report for the month of March shows that it is in fact down from 2.8% in February to 2.4% in March. We'll see how it responds after the dismantling of the markets. But I want to remind people, because again, words matter, and the gaslight, right? So he's now saying inflation is down. Okay, what did he have to say about that on the campaign trail, though? That's a bigger question.
Inflation and make America affordable again. We're going to get the prices down. We have to get them down. It's too much. Groceries, cars, everything. We're going to get the prices down. But prices will come down. You just watch. They'll come down, and they'll come down fast. Not only with insurance, with everything. So tomorrow, I will end inflation. We will cut your taxes. End inflation.
That's end inflation here, though. Interesting. That's kind of funny.
Slash your prices. I will end inflation. End inflation. Slash your prices. To rapidly reduce inflation, I will end inflation very quickly. End inflation. Slash your prices. We will cut your taxes. End inflation. Slash your prices. We're going to get your prices down. That we're bringing the cost down. We will end inflation.
My point is that what you'll hear today on right-wing squawk boxes and then right-wing media and in spaces like this and from right-wing creators, the Tim Pools of the world and everybody else, is that they will say that inflation is down. And because they don't understand basic economics, that does not mean that prices are down. That just means the growth in our economy is slowing. But to be honest, it's approaching levels that economists don't want. Typically speaking, you want between 2.5 and 3% for capitalism to thrive. It is now under that number. So deflation is a horrible thing. Stagnation is not good either. You want your economy to grow. So watch the words that they say today. Be paying attention to that because that's very important as we navigate this hellscape. Sorry to drop you. You had a bad lag and you were in the red bars.
And now I hit the same spot every morning when I'm on with you. I feel like I go through that same spot. I'm like, fuck, he's going to think I'm talking over him. I know that was late.
No, it's all good. I get it.
Take like an econ 101, like this person who has been a millionaire his entire life, has never struggled for anything, has no idea about what the prices are in the economy. I bet you he's never looked at a price tag a day in his life at the grocery store. He has no fucking idea what he's talking about.
Of course not. That it's beyond that though. I mean, I think we've got some data behind it. So Jimmy Carter added $25 billion to the deficit. Ronald Reagan added $74 billion. That seemed bad at the time, but you just wait. George H.W. Bush added $102 billion. Bill Clinton reduced the deficit by $383 billion, leaving the budget in surplus when he left office. George Bush, W. Bush, added $1.54 trillion to the deficit. Barack Obama reduced the deficit by $825 billion. Donald Trump added $2.1 trillion to the deficit. Joe Biden reduced the deficit by about $942 billion. You catch the trend there?
Crazy.
Catch the trend? Republican economics since the 80s with Reagan, trickle-down economics, corporate tax cuts, prop up corporations, diminish middle-class revenue, access to wealth, tack on the deficit to pay for these tax cuts. You never get the money back. Jimmy Carter added $25 billion, okay, a lot of the time. Reagan added 74, then the cycle continues, right? Bush added more, Clinton left with a surplus. W. Bush added more, Barack Obama reduced the deficit. Trump added more, Joe Biden reduced the deficit. And here we are again. Why would you
Here we are trying to raise the debt ceiling instead of trying to lower the deficit.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. So I guess the question then that we have to ask ourselves, as we started our show today, kind of highlighting all the corruption, and thank everybody for being here. We appreciate y'all. Tapping is clapping, sharing is caring. Jess is going to yell at you. There's only 222,000. So before Jersey goes all, before Jersey goes Jersey, right now. Yeah, before Jersey goes Jersey, you might want to start tapping. We talk about the corruption, and it's not just the corruption that we see every single day. It's the corruption that we don't see, because standing behind the Resolute desk or KKK Caroline standing at the dais in the press room, whatever that might be, when they're telling the American consumer that Trump era economies are the greatest ever, they're not. He inherited Obama's economy. We know that. We were marching under Trump's tariffs. We were marching towards a manufacturing recession. We were losing jobs in manufacturing. We were losing industries, Carrier air conditioners, Harley Davidson. The housing market was affected because of tariffs against steel and lumber, all these kinds of things. We saw it over and over again, right? He's gonna sit there and try to tell you that tariffs are gonna save the day. Meanwhile, we know what happened yesterday. We saw it with our own two eyes. And I want to play this sound again because I think it's really, really important. Hold on if I can find the right one. Do I have it still? I don't know if I have it. But when he's standing in the Oval Office with Charles Schwab and others, basically saying, this guy, the actual Charles Schwab, made $2.5 billion yesterday. And this guy made $900 million yesterday. It was a great day. And this is what he had to say about that.
A lot of winning out there, and we're having a good day in the stock market, as you can see, an all-time record day, and hopefully it continues. I think it should. Our country's stronger than it's ever been, and somebody had to do that we had to take the medicine. We had to go through the operation, and that's what we've been through, and a lot of presidents would not have done it. No president would have done it, I think, but it had to be done. We brought everybody to the table, and it may not be a negotiation. It may not last. I mean, things may be asked that I think are not fair to us. Look, we've been ripped off by essentially everybody for 35 years. This is not just a new thing.
So this continues to the rebound. So think about what we witnessed in the media, especially the right-wing spaces that we saw over the last 24 hours. A couple of days ago, they were telling people, don't worry about the stock market. It's not an indication. Don't spend too much time on it. It is what it is. It perhaps was overinflated. We shouldn't be worried about it. Now, since the market, I'm not even going to say recovered, it just picked up 2,000, almost 3,000 points yesterday. Now they're saying, you see what Trump did? It worked. The stock market's rebounding. They're in a very awkward position now, and I'll be curious to watch this analytically as somebody who pays attention to media and who used to work in it, how they are going to address this, because the market's going to drop again. There's going to be another transfer of wealth again. So 2 days ago, don't pay attention to the market. Yesterday, look at the market. If the market goes in the red again today, don't pay attention to the market. If the market spikes up again the day after tomorrow, pay attention to the markets. This is the headspace they're in. So when he was asked these questions yesterday, and this is what he had to say.
Credibility like? Because you said that
the reporter asked him, "What's your credibility like after caving when you said you wouldn't?"
tariffs would go into effect on Monday. You said no pause. Today there is a pause. So how can people believe your words today?
It's not a question of that. You have to have flexibility. I could say, here's a wall, and I'm going to go through that wall. I'm going to go through it no matter what. Keep going, and you can't go through the wall. Sometimes you have to be able to go under the wall, around the wall, or over the wall. These guys know that better than anybody, right? You got to go around them sometimes. You're not going to go through them. So I consider, I think in financial markets, because they change. Look how much it changed today. We went from, pretty moderate today, but over the last few days, it looked pretty glum to, I guess they say it was the biggest day in financial history. That's a pretty big change. And I think the word would be flexible. You have to be flexible. Like he's asking the question about some companies. Some companies, through no fault of their own, they happen to be in an industry that is more affected by these things than others. You have to be able to show a little flexibility. And I'm able to do that.
Yeah, no shit, you're able to do that.
What?
Who has to be flexible, though? Where do people have this flexibility?
Yoga
where's the
class.
flexibility?
Lindsay's right. Wait a minute. Walls aren't impenetrable? It's a good call out, Lindsay. Good call out.
You can go under them, around them, over them.
Through them if you have to.
Can
right?
you send
Through them
that to me? I'm going to clip that shit.
Yep. Got you. Sorry,
Put a
what were
nice
you going
big
to say?
border wall up.
I was joking and was saying that only in yoga class is flexibility required. Also, currently the Dow is down 986 points, so down 2.43% from yesterday's close.
You got to be flexible, Obi. You got to be flexible.
You got to be flexible. That's right. And I'm going to get to Bernie in just a little bit because Bernie was on doing his tour. And can I just, listen, I'm a bit biased. I've mentioned this before. I've worked on two of Bernie Sanders campaigns, and he's my senator. And I've got a picture of him and my daughter on a couple of different occasions, and we've met, and I've been in his office in Burlington when he was the mayor. So I've got a personal, familial connection. But he's out there doing the fucking work. He's out there doing the work, calling this shit out, going into right-wing spaces, sitting down for questions from right-wing voters. He is doing the work, calling out the oligarchy. So let's just play a little bit of sound when he was last night. He did this town hall, and Bernie fucking being Bernie. Let's just put it that way. This is Bernie being Bernie.
Gotta love him.
Raise your hand if you think that the American healthcare system is working. Raise your hand if you think the American healthcare system is not working. All right, let me rephrase
like everybody, for the most part.
Raise your hand if you think the American healthcare system is working well. Anders, how many people are raising their hands?
None.
Nobody.
Raise your hand if you think the American healthcare system is broken. Raise your hand.
Pretty much everybody.
Not a majority, for everybody in the room.
And I can see behind that guy.
And that is, all right, question again. How many nations, wealthy nations in the world, do not guarantee health care to all people as a human right? Anybody know the answer?
One.
Which country? All right. Now, you're not going to hear much about that on corporate television. You're not going to hear much about that in the United States Congress. We're the only major country on earth that doesn't guarantee health care to all people. 85 million of us are uninsured or underinsured. 60,000 die each year because we can't get to a doctor on time. That's the bad news. You know what the good news is? The insurance companies are making tens of billions of dollars every year denying you coverage. The drug companies charge us the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. So how does it happen that in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, we're spending twice as much per capita as the people in other countries, and yet we have one of the worst outcomes, healthcare outcomes, of any country on earth? And it gets back to money in politics.
So I wanted to play that just because it's, you know, the person is in his, you know, his early 80s, and people talk about term limits and the like. And like I've said, I would be willing to sacrifice Bernie in Congress to get some form of term limits, right?
We missed
When
out.
he's been doing this for 40 years, friends. This goes back to when he was the Bernard Sanders, mayor of Burlington, Vermont. I like sweaters and cocoa. He has been, it's been the same message. He's been going after the oligarch class forever. He's been calling out government corruption. He's been talking about Wall Street speculation. He's been talking about ways in which we change the tax code. He's also encouraging people, Democrats, to run as independents. Bernie has never been a Democrat. He has always run as an independent. He carried the mayoral office in Burlington as an independent. He represented Vermont in Congress, in the House, as an independent, and he's an independent senator. Now, he caucuses with the Democrats, but he's also very critical of them.
He doesn't have a choice. As an independent, he'll never get it.
Exactly. So he messages other Democrats. I'm going to see if I can find the story. He's messaging other Democrats to encourage them to run as independents. And the more and more I think about it, the more and more it makes a lot of sense, because people are so incredibly discouraged and disgusted with the two-party system. We all are. I think it's something we could all agree on. Then why not run as an independent?
Well, that's why I'm so glad that
Yeah, it's like, I don't represent the Democratic Party or the Republican Party. I represent you. This is where progressives have a massive opportunity, like a massive opportunity. And if you can't take Bernie's advice to kind of fuck up the system, then maybe it's AOC. Or
well,
maybe
that's what I was going to say.
Chris
I'm glad
Murphy
I'm glad he taught AOC. Like, he basically, like, she's under his wing, and I'm grateful for that, because AOC is very lovable and she's very young and she has a chance to like fight this two-party system.
Yeah, I mean, he's somebody who supported her early on. And again, I just think it's really, really important if we're talking about change. So this entire thing has been, this entire show, the theme of the show today has been about corruption. Like, we broke down what happened on Wall Street yesterday, and Obi just shared with us the market's down close to 1,000 points again. So it's going to be more of the same. So what happened yesterday was a massive, based on insider trading. If we're just being honest with ourselves and objective, when you, I said this earlier to start, a couple of days ago, there was this test balloon that the administration sent up, right? It was a leak that there was going to be these proposed tariffs. They did that because they wanted to see how the market was going to react. And the market reacted saying, oh, cool, pause the tariffs. And the markets went up based within minutes of that leak. Then the administration came out later in the day and said, no, that was just a rumor. And then the markets went down again. So they used that as a test. So yesterday, they announced the pause, which means that people in the know knew it was coming, which means the oligarchs, the oligarchs, the richest among us, the people that are screwing us over. I'm Bernie, and I think I should say fuck more on the floor of the Senate. And all those people enriched themselves yesterday. So that is blatant corruption. You can call it market manipulation. You can call it market manipulation. You can call it insider trading, whatever the fuck you want. You can call it whatever the hell you want. Here we are again today. This is going to be another example of how the fluctuation in the market, because don't forget, even though he lowered it to 10% for every other country, including the penguins, China has still got hit with a 125% tariff, and they're going to respond.
Went from 108 to 125.
Yeah, China's like, fucking bring it. China is not afraid. They are not afraid, because they know that American consumers, the capitalists that we are, American consumers who do not want to be who do not want to wait, we're impatient. They know that the American consumers will demand lower prices. It will show up on election day. So the reason I speak of it in terms of like maybe there's an opportunity for people to disassociate with the Democratic Party, sure. And Bernie is basically hinting to say, maybe you should consider running as an independent. You know, why do you have to hook your brand? You can still caucus. You can do whatever you want. You can still campaign with Democrats. You can still show up with AOC at events. Why not consider just running as an independent? What would be so wrong with that? So I like his advice, to be honest. I think it's well thought out, very sound advice. I've got a little bit more sound that I want to play for you too. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, this is another example of the tariff retreat. We're going to call it.
Hi, Olive. Hi, Lainey, Joe. They both said hi and good morning.
About 15 minutes Wednesday morning for me to realize this was the day. It was either going to be the day Donald Trump walked back his massive tariff regime, or it was going to be a day that we headed down a pathway that would end in financial crisis or some type of economic collapse or calamity. Why? Well, in 15 minutes, I got my coffee, and then I opened the markets, and I took a look at what was happening in the Treasury market overnight. It had been looking a little bit funky when I went to bed on Tuesday. There was some concern about what might be happening, and it had gotten dramatically worse. I wasn't the only one who noticed.
I saw last night where people were getting a little queasy.
See, there was clearly a significant sell-off that had just continued to accelerate overnight. That's not normal. Why? Well, treasuries are a safe haven. That's where everyone goes when there's any volatility, any risk, any concern about global economic stability. They pile in as much as they possibly can. The opposite was happening here. There are a lot of explanations as to why. Deleveraging, unwinding a trade, maybe people are dumping certain things. No one really has the answer, but everyone knows that's not normal. And everyone knows when the bond market goes, a nation, its finances, its entire system could go with it. And that meant somebody needed to hit the pause button.
Obi, I'm glad you're here because I wanted to pick your brain about this. So for most people, and this may be out of your realm, although I doubt it, because because everybody has talked about the bond markets, that the reason that the pause went into effect was because that people were paying attention to the bond market, and because Japan and China, two of the biggest investors in the American bond market, were showing signs of lack of confidence. And if the bond market crashes, then the entire system crashes. Is that a fair statement?
It's not a fair statement. It's an accurate statement.
Okay.
So,
okay.
United States rates and bonds is known as the fixed income market, right? So when you hear me say the full faith and credit of the United States, I'm referring to Treasury yields, to TIPS, Treasury inflation protected securities, the Federal Reserve rate, right? And then municipal bonds. That makes up the bulk of fixed income. That is the debt that other nations are buying that enables us to have the statement, the value of our dollar is backed by the full faith and credit of the United States, because we always pay our debts, right? Speaking of paying, if you have not subscribed, please go to FactsStillMatter.site, be a subscriber there so that the host actually gets the money and not the vendor. If you would like to make a direct contribution, please go to the Cash App or the Venmo app. Facts Still Matter is the handle. Getting back to fixed income.
Thank you.
So certain countries own quite a bit of our debt, Japan being one of them.
Mm-hmm.
The level of stupidity exercised by this administration is so myopic, it's beyond disgusting. They think in terms of the equities market like Hollywood does because it's what makes all the great movies, right? But as I've shared with you, Steve, the actual heroes of trading sit within fixed income and foreign exchange. Those are the two areas that actually get the entire world running and provide vehicles for other countries to dig themselves out of holes. The equity market is capitalism.
Right. So the point is to that creator's suggestion is that's where the root of the pause came from. It's one thing to see the volatility of the market, but when treasury bonds and then thus, like you said, the faith and interest of the United States is at risk, that became a no doubter that they had to pause it. Right.
Yeah. Somebody literally was like, "This stops now."
Okay. So the reason I bring that up is because during this hearing, so the Trump tariff czar was being interviewed yesterday at and around.
Yes.
I'm sorry?
I said there's a czar.
Yeah, and he was made a fool of.
Jamison Greer, right? So this is the sound from this particular hearing, and I think this is great because this was happening while the pause was being announced, all right? And then the right's going to say it's not actual fraud because he posted it on Twitter, but whatever.
Are you aware that the tariffs have been paused?
I am, yes.
When were you made aware of that?
Well, I understood the decision was made a few minutes ago.
Sitting here.
Under discussion.
Sitting here, under discussion. So did you know that this was under discussion, and why did you not include that as part of your opening remarks?
So typically what I don't do is divulge the contents of my discussions with
What are the
president.
details of the pause?
Well, my understanding is that because so many countries have decided not to retaliate, we're going to have about 90 days.
No, excuse me? China increased their tariffs on the United States. Trump blinked.
What's the blink, sir?
What's the blink?
What do you know about this pause? What are the details of it?
Well, the details, as I understand it, is that China continues to retaliate. Other countries didn't retaliate. The president 2 or 3 days ago said we wanted to negotiate with those countries that asked for meetings. That's what we're doing.
What are the details? How long is the pause? How many days? How many weeks?
I understand it's 90 days. I haven't spoken to the president since I've been.
So the trade representative hasn't spoken to the president of the United States about a global reordering of trade.
Yes, I have. I've just been in the hearing with you, sir.
But yet he announced it on a tweet. WTF? Who's in charge?
That's right. The United States is in charge.
And what do you know about those details?
Well, as I mentioned,
it looks like your boss just pulled the rug out from under you and paused the tariffs, the taxes on the American people. There's no strategy. You just found out 3 seconds ago sitting here. We saw you.
We've been discussing a variety of
If you came here knowing that you were going to be turned off, that these tariffs were going to be turned off, why didn't you include that in your opening statement? Why didn't you reference that as part of your testimony?
Well, I don't disclose my conversations with the president, sir.
These were specific questions we asked you all along. What's the strategy? These are real consequences for the American people and small businesses. I had a group of small businesses in my office earlier today talking about the impacts of these tariffs on aluminum and steel. This is amateur hour, and it needs to stop.
That's right.
What does this even mean for your negotiating strategy? How are you in charge of negotiation if the president is tweeting about this from wherever the hell he is?
The president was elected, and he runs the trade policy, and I advise him and execute his
Who executes the trade policy?
I execute the trade
policy. Did you know that this was happening?
We have been discussing all kinds of.
And there's another member of the cabinet, Bessent, who just canceled coming to the Hill to avoid talking about the market because it's in turmoil. This in just days because there was no strategy, there was no plan. And
okay, so that's Representative Stephen Horsford, Democrat from Nevada, grilling Jamison Greer, who is the trade representative in the Trump administration. So it is his job to understand. So one of two things. Either he is completely lying his fucking ass off, or they didn't bother to inform him in advance, which means that he's either not qualified for the job to be in the inner circle, or they just don't care about the people who are supposedly the ones executing on these tariff pauses.
Which
Either
both
way,
are equally as bad.
that again, people are looking for Democrats and progressives and people on the left to show some teeth. That guy, Stephen Horsford, I want to see more of that dude.
Yep.
He's awesome. I'd never seen him speak before. That
He
was
said
fabulous.
WTF.
Yeah, WTF. Exactly, WTF. So KKK Caroline was out speaking about this because don't forget, just a few days ago, she got caught in a bit of a vice because she had said that there were not going to be pauses. So this is what she had to say about that. This is a mashup for you, if you will.
Asked and answered this yesterday. The president was asked and answered this yesterday. He said he's not considering an extension or a delay. I spoke to him before this briefing. That was not his mindset. He expects that these tariffs are going to go into effect. And there will be a 90-day pause on the reciprocal tariffs as these negotiations are ongoing, and the tariff level will be brought down to a universal 10% tariff. Many of you in the media clearly missed the art of the deal. You clearly failed to see what President Trump is doing here.
We sure did. The art.
She might be the queen of the gaslight. So again, one of two things. One, you don't inform your press secretary, whose job is to be the mouthpiece for the organization, for the administration, right? It's their job. You don't inform them that you are, in fact, going to be executing tariffs, which, again, I get you wouldn't do that politically. You wouldn't necessarily share that. But would you put her in a position to even have to address it? Instead, you let her go out there, say that, no, we are executing these tariffs are going into effect. They're going into effect tomorrow. And then when it happens, her response is to gaslight the media. Nothing to see here, though.
Yeah, she's a professional gaslighter. Like, I just got out of that shit.
Yeah, I've got a little bit more too when it comes to KKK Caroline.
She's your favorite person.
She certainly is. She's now on my list. So when I get to go to the press room, because it's going to fucking happen, I'm going to manifest it into existence. She and I are going to have a little chat.
Can't wait.
A little chat. Where is that sound that I wanted to play? This one. Okay, there's a little bit more about the tariffs since we're talking about corruption.
But just ballparking, if a $100 pair of sneakers costs $100 made currently, whether it's in China, Vietnam, or Indonesia, if it was made in the U.S., how much would that pair of sneakers cost?
$300 or $400 easily. Yeah. In fact, we've even just looked at the tariffs coming into place tonight at midnight. A $150 pair of running shoes will be $230, right? And that's coming from overseas sources without U.S. labor. Tariffs. That's just with the tariffs. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Folks will feel that. Matt Priest.
They will.
So these are the things that they don't want to discuss, right? So they talk about, fine, every country bent the knee. We know that didn't happen. Every country relented. All these countries are calling him, wanting to negotiate. That's not happening. We know that that's not happening either. Meanwhile, there is still this massive trade war happening between us and China, to which the United States will lose because of our consumption society. Because Americans will see the prices of sneakers, in this particular example, go up exponentially. They got to point to somebody. And again, if the messaging machine from the left is prepared, they should say the cost of your sneakers went up. I'd have stickers. I'd go into every Foot Locker or shoe store and I'd put "I did this" and slap the Trump stickers with the Yahtzee salute on the wall where the cost of sneakers have gone up exponentially. Because
at least they admitted it.
Yeah, exactly. Good morning, Benny. How are you, friend?
Yeah, our emotional support Canadian.
Friendly neighbor from
Yes,
up
exactly.
north. How's it going, eh?
It's going.
Hey.
So what's on your mind today, brother?
Oh, well, I figured I'd give all of you maybe a bit of a palate cleanser.
Yep.
With everything going on here,
Go for it.
I don't know if anybody saw, Elon Musk was testing out Starlink from his airplane. He was live streaming himself playing some video games, and he couldn't beat the first level boss, and people were spamming in chat all kinds of crazy stuff like KYS, you're a joke, you're a goof. And then he logged off. He rage quit. He got upset like a big baby.
Well, that's not a surprise.
Yeah, not really a shocker.
Checking the market real quick. The market is still down under 40,000, down 870 points. So that big dip yesterday that everybody was able to capitalize on, right? So they were able to buy low as the stock went up. They made millions and billions of dollars yesterday, including Marjorie Taylor Greene. So sorry, Benny, go ahead.
This whole administration, I got the best way to describe them. They're like a pizza cutter, all edge and no fucking point.
Yeah, how many times?
I'll be here
How many
all
times
week.
you got to go over
Don't
it?
tip your waitress.
Try the veal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
we're already up here. We've already been seeing the effects. Number of goods, especially for a number of businesses. We're seeing prices having gone up $2, $3, $4, $5 even, depending on what you're looking at. It's rough. We're feeling it. It's going to be rough for us, but we'll make it through, as we always do.
And this is why when people come up from other countries and other people are like, you don't even go here, you can't talk about American politics. Yes, we can. They can talk about U.S. politics because it affects them too. We largely affect everybody around us.
100%. You're trading, well, at least how it used to be, trading with all manner of different countries and international destinations. And I think, what was it, yesterday or the other day, talking about how
I'll be right back.
there's all these people that complain, well, Canada, you guys need all of our dairy and eggs, you need all of our food and stuff. It's like, no, we don't, guys. We may be taking a small amount, but we don't want your meat, we don't want your dairy, we don't want your eggs. You put too much shit in it. That's not up to code for us. That's not up to our standard of quality, unfortunately. So.
Just I just can't wrap my head around it. I say the same thing every day. I'm like, I can't wrap my head around the fact that we're just out here fucking up all these other places around us. There's people, and then some of these EOs that he's writing, it's I just don't what happened to the Republican and the right side saying America first, America first. Nothing he's done so far has been America first. Nothing, not one thing.
Nope. I swear he's not even. I don't even think he's actually signing the executive orders. I'm convinced that the signatures are already on there. He's probably just doodling on a sticky note or something.
Doodling on a sticky note.
Well, yeah. Well, he's just doodling all kinds of stuff.
Put the sticky note right over his name.
Yeah, maybe he's just drawing little bell ends and ding dongs and stuff. Oh, look at this one, very bigly, just like mine. This tiny one is like a Joe Biden's, very small and not very good, very old, Sleepy Joe. You know him.
I want to shift gears a little bit because we've been talking about the elements of the resistance. I think it's really, really important. Is there anything else, Benny, that you wanted to say, my friend, before I kind of get into this?
That's really it. I will creep around and chat, just checking in with folks because, hey, we are almost to Friday. That's another week down.
It's true.
Plenty of fight to be had,
It's true. Lots of fight. Got to keep fighting. Got to keep resisting. It's always a pleasure to speak to you, my guy. It's always a pleasure.
Love you,
Elbows up.
Benny.
Keep your stick on the ice.
See you tomorrow.
Okay, so I've referenced this before, a handbook for the recently resisting, and they break it down into a bunch of categories. This one specifically focuses on the fear element and elements of the gaslighting. So what's actually happening? On January 20th, 2025, Trump signed an executive order declaring a national emergency at the southern border. As part of that EO, he gave the Secretaries of Defense and Homeland Security 90 days until April 20th to submit, which is next week, to submit a joint report on what's happening at the border and whether the Insurrection Act should be invoked. That's it. That's the official action. No martial law has been declared. No troops have been deployed. No announcements have been made. But fear is filling in the gaps. Fear always does. What's the Insurrection Act? Insurrection Act of 1807 allows a U.S. president to deploy the military domestically in certain emergencies, typically to quell rebellion, insurrection, or obstruction of federal law. It's been used before. During the Civil Rights era, after Hurricane Katrina, but always under intense legal and political scrutiny. Important note, invoking the Insurrection Act is not the same as declaring martial law. Martial law is the suspension of civil government and rights. The Insurrection Act is a legal maneuver, not carte blanche. But in the wrong hands, legal maneuvering is often the first step. Why it matters. Even without a formal declaration, the threat itself is the tactic. This is a psyop, psychological warfare. It's meant to freeze us, to make us doubt, to whisper, maybe you should stay quiet. Maybe now's not the time. But the truth is, this moment isn't about April 20th. It's about the slow, methodical erosion of reality. It's about using fear to turn citizens into spectators. And it's about normalizing the idea that democracy can be paused like it's just another setting on a thermostat. Why just following orders is not a defense. In times like, actually, on that topic, let me just bring up this background because I found this image the other day and I think it's
And
brilliant.
while he's doing that, we are not moving in our taps. We are at 255 before we were at 222. I don't fucking know what y'all are doing, but y'all need to be tapping the screen.
Thank you,
Like
Jess.
tap the screen, share the live.
Appreciate you. So why just following orders is not a defense? In times like this, it's not just the ones at the top we have to worry about. It's the people on the ground, the ones who carry out the orders, staff the buses, detain the bodies, shut the doors. And if they're comforted by the excuse, I'm just doing my job or I'm just following orders, remind them that didn't work at Nuremberg. The world already ruled on that. Obeying unlawful or immoral commands does not absolve you. Silence does not shield you. Your uniform does not protect your soul. What can you do without spiraling? You don't need to bunker down in fear, but you do need to be ready. Here's your grounded, non-panic to-do list. Stay informed, but vet your sources. Follow reputable news outlets, legal analysts, and frontline organizers. Avoid rabbit holes unless you like your nerves fried. Know your rights. Brush up on protest laws. What to do if approached by law enforcement and how to keep your digital life secure. Talk to your people, not in a go bag under the bed way, but in a we may need to show up for each other way. Make a plan. Share contact info. Document everything. If something happens, film it, screenshot it, save it. History is often written by the ones who kept the receipts. Don't isolate. Authoritarianism feeds on silence and disconnection. Stay in community. Laugh when you can, cry when you must, but don't go quiet. The line in the sand. This is the line. Not April 20th, not some executive order, right now. We name the tactic, we see the fear, and we choose to surrender to it. Because if this is the beginning of something worse, let it also be the beginning of our refusal to obey. Let it be the moment we said, not this time. Let it be the chapter we wrote in the fire and grit, not fear. Calls to action, share the truth, repost, educate. Refuse to let rumors spread unchallenged. Resist the silence. Don't let fear dictate your voice. Draw your own line in the sand and let others see it. Because if they're going to test our will, let them see what we're not. I'm sorry, if they're going to test our will, let them see that we're not unarmed. We have community, we have clarity, and we still have the truth.
Let's go. Can I just touch on one of those really, really important where you said, make sure your digital, make like if we're looking at some of these cases, especially like people of brown skin right now, when it comes to immigration and them just like pushing people off, we would never know that there were several people out of those Venezuelans that were deported illegally without due process. I mean, none of them had due process, but several of them were not gang members. We would never know that if they didn't have connections, right? And this is important for people, especially right now of brown skin who are being targeted. Because if you don't have connections and people don't know where you are at all times, if you disappear, there's nobody to contact. You know, like you need to have people need to know where you are. You need to have contact information. People need to have ways to get in touch with you. And honestly, like sharing your location, like doing things to protect yourself is so important right now if you are of brown skin, because that is who they are targeting, and they're going to do it over and over and over again. And ICE agents are showing up at people's houses without uniforms, so you're not even going to know who these people are at this point. So like, please make sure that you're protected.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Obviously we've discussed this, and I want to be sensitive to this, obviously, because I'm a white man in America. I have all the privilege afforded to me because of that. Which means I can go anywhere relatively safely, but so many people in our society can't. I have been encouraging for a very long time for everyone to do something. Now, do something. Protesting may not be your something. That may not be your something, but it doesn't mean you can't do something else. It doesn't mean that you can't be there for a neighbor, or you can't be a coordinator, for example. Like you have friends that are going to a protest. Okay, everybody share your iPhone with me so I can find you all in case something happens, and I'll be the hub. Something like that. You may just decide that you want to mow someone's lawn. You might just decide that you want to bake bread for your neighbor, whatever that might be. Because this movement is gaining traction. I really believe that, and I'm a pragmatist by and large, but I also have I'm inspired by what I see. Words are irrelevant. It's what actions matter to me, and what I'm seeing is this target towards 3.5% of our population. And as these rallies continue to happen and they continue to be successful, you're going to see more and more of them, and hopefully you're going to gain more participation. But it's things outside of that. It's other smaller groups forming. It's groups
here's
like
a
MBW.
good one.
It's groups like MBW forming. It's groups like the Lotus League forming. It's these kinds of small, small resistance movements that become a bigger ripple in the pond, so to speak. Sorry, go ahead, Jess.
No, you're okay. If you know that your neighbor is of brown skin and that they could be targeted, go knock on your neighbor's door and say, hey, if something happens to you, if I see somebody take you, who do I call? Who do I call? Give me some phone numbers. And so immediately, before there's even a chance for these people to leave the country, they see you leave and they immediately call, your lawyer, your mom, your sister, your brother, your cousins, your sons, whoever it is. Like, get the contact information. Who do I call if I see you leave this house with people that I'm unfamiliar with? That's perfect. That's small, simple. It doesn't take anything out of your day. It's small. Right?
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, and I want to just remind people that we have to collectively accept the fact that we are lazy, entitled Americans. And that's a general statement, but because we always expect somebody else to do the heavy lifting for us. And politically speaking, that's been black women. We have to call it what it is. That's been black women. They are the ones that show up every single time. And many of them that we spoke to, you can hear the exhaustion, and some of them have said that they're giving up, and I don't blame them, but we know damn well that they'll be there again when the time comes. So the rest of us have to do the same. And it at least could we not say, thank you, and in support of what you're trying to do here, I'm with you. Like we talked earlier about how white men keep holding our progress back. And I don't mean to sound like a broken record, but I think it's really important to continue to emphasize this, right? White men, black people, for the most part, vote for the advancement of a society that would increase opportunities for white men. So black people are voting for things like universal health care that would benefit mediocre white men, better public schools that would benefit mediocre white men, changes to the tax code, which would benefit mediocre white men. So not only are white men in particular not voting to support the marginalized communities, they are voting against their own interests.
I just want to address JJ, who said, FYI, ICE always shows up with canine units. They do not. Please don't spread that information because that is not true. I see it all the time. They don't show up with canine units. I just don't want somebody to open the door thinking that because there's no canine unit with them, that they're not ICE. That's not true.
Thank you for that. It's really important because we're at a point now where we've got some choices to make, right? And I want to go back to what Bernie was saying in just a minute, but I'm going to bring up Fairy Dust. I saw Fairy requested. Hi, friend. How are you today?
Hi, good morning. I just wanted to pop in. Hi, Jess. I never said hi to you before. And hi, Obi.
I know.
We love you, Fairy.
Hi, guys. So I wanted to pop in because I listen to you every morning. Every morning I'm here. And I'm usually like chirping in the chat because I'm like working and all kinds of stuff. So that's probably why you hear me see me spotty. But I wanted to jump in and say something like, on behalf of myself as a black woman and whomever else this resonates to, speak on their behalf as well. But I'm not speaking for black women just as a whole, but for myself specifically. I hear you always say you call out the white man, which is great and wonderful. But another thing that I think everybody's missing is the white woman's lack of contribution to everything that is going on and contribution of. So they're supporting these white men to push this agenda through. So we have these Marjorie Taylor Greens, Nancy Mace, all the rest of these white women in Congress and Senate that's helping and push this stuff through. And also we have a society of white women who are just not talking up. We saw this during the election where they just kind of like walk behind their husbands. Oh, my husband will know that I voted for Kamala Harris. We know that's BS. Like nobody would know who you voted for, but they decided to do it anyway. So it's coming up now where you all are talking about, how like black women are, we're out here, like we're not just totally away from everything that's going on, but we definitely are not going to go out in the community and get targeted. Like it's just not going to happen. What's happening with the uproar? And I put this in the comments yesterday. Nobody's saying anything about the desegregation. Nobody's saying anything about how he's screwing with our history. We get little bleeps here and there, but there's no uproar about it. And it just, it doesn't sit well with me just as a whole, but it also doesn't surprise me that this is happening.
Can I ask you what you would like to see us do just so that we can do it?
It needs to just be more of a, are you effing kidding me? Like, let's go and talk to our Congress people when we're in those town hall meetings. Why isn't anybody going, oh my God, I can't believe you're doing black culture this way. You've already suppressed them enough and now you're trying to do it more. Like nobody's saying anything. You'll see it a little rumbles here and there, you know, nothing big. It comes up for one day, another day, and it's just like, yeah.
I want to address something that commenter mentioned, MBW Barb K. You said, yes, but not all white women. See, that's the problem, friend.
Yeah, no, please don't do that.
It is all men until it's no men. It is
exactly.
all white people until it's no white people.
That's a fact.
Don't take it personally. Now, when we make that statement, we know that there are people that are accomplices out there. We know that. But because not enough of us are calling out enough of us, that's the problem that we're in. So yes, it is all white women. Yes, it is all white men, because we are the ones that are holding back society.
Yes.
We are the ones that continually ask Ferry to defend our rights and freedoms when we're not there defending hers. So again, don't take it personally. Just understand that it's systemic. So you're falling victim to the white supremacy that you claim to be fighting against. So please just be careful with that rhetoric.
And not just falling victim, because I want to be very careful using a victimization word when it's associated with white women, because they saddle it. They jump on the back of it and they go, oh my God, I can't believe X, Y, and Z is happening. But ma'am, you're participating in it. Ma'am, you contributed to it. It's not a victimization. It's a participation in all of these things that are going on. So it's either a passive participation or it's an active participation, but it's participation nonetheless. And I think we have to remove that word from the vocabulary of white women, because that's where that whole uprising of the Karens come from. Like, oh my God, I can't believe they're fishing in the lake. It is like, what's wrong with you? Like, enough. So I want to take that word away and replace it with participation. Again, active or passive is still participation.
And I just want to put it out there as yes, thank you, Ferry. As MBW, we started MBW specifically to fight for marginalized communities, to try and stand up. And the problem is that when white women, like particular people who get offended by the statement that it's all white women until it's no white women, or like, you know, when people say white women are holding back, you know, society, and the women that get offended by that is that you are getting offended, but you're not participating in the people who are trying to be allies, and you're not participating in when we are trying to fight to push forward. So like, if you're offended by the statement, it's most likely because you're not doing enough. And that's, and we can't, there can't be a small group of us attempting to fight to push forward progressive things so that segregation isn't happening, so that the BIPOC community isn't suffering, so that all of these things aren't happening. If you're not participating in helping us, you don't have to do what we do, but if you're not supporting us and uplifting our voices so that we can push that forward, then you are part of the problem. And I hate to say that because I know that that's going to offend a lot of people, and I don't know why I preference that. I'm sorry, I take it back. But like, this is what we're talking about. So when Ferry comes up here and says those things, like, I don't care if you have the MBW, MBM, MB whatever in your name. That's you can't stop there. Like, our numbers, when we talk about BIPOC issues, we talk about them once a week, twice a week, and our numbers are low. Why? But you're offended in a chat when a black woman comes up here and says like it's white women too? How does that make sense? Make it make sense, guys. Participate. Be a part of. Help us. You don't have to do what we do, but help us do what we do, right? Participate in that.
And at the very least, just some global, consistent acknowledgement of what's going on. Like, just the whispering about it is just not enough. Like, we should not be the only ones talking about how our rights and liberties and freedoms are being stripped away with a pen, like every day. Like, every day is something. And it's honestly a gaslight, and we know this, and this, as a community, we know this. You want to chip up Black Lives Matter Mall, do it. Go ahead. You want to get rid of segregation, go ahead and do it. You're not going to drag us out into the streets, because guess what? We won't end up in a prison in another country, because as soon as our community does anything in mass numbers, I guarantee you, we will be the next population to go kidnapped in America.
It already happened. It already happened with the BLM movement. When all of that stuff happened, you guys were demonized. And this is what we talk about. This is why. Yes, I agree. And this is why Steve talks so heavily about the fact that he's going to continue as a white man to use his privilege to fight against this stuff. And he does what he does. And there are others that do it, but it's not enough, y'all. Like, so you see these small groups doing this, and you see these one-person groups doing this, Steve, MBW, you know, a couple of these other people, you know, Obi, like, you see these people. It's not enough. It's not enough. This is not enough.
So this is the ultimate question that we get this. I'm sorry, Ferry. This is the ultimate question we get from someone in the chat. They said, what's the best way for us to help? I don't want to speak for persons of color, but I want to help. So, Ferry.
And I think I said this, it needs to be a consistency. It doesn't need to just be a whisper about issues that are only specific to the Black population or population just of color in general. I'm speaking specifically about Black people because I'm a Black woman. So it doesn't need to just be a whisper. You all need to raise your voices and say, that's not right. And we're going to stand on your neck and make you know that it's not right. Call your congressmen, congresswomen, your senators, write letters. I've called attorney generals. I mean, I'm on a list. I keep telling you all that. I'm on a list somewhere, and I know somebody's going to show up at my door in Chicago one day, because it's not like I'm calling like, you know, hello, blah, blah. I give them my name. It doesn't even matter. Like, I'm Googleable because I'm a psychologist. It's whatever. Like, I don't give a shit. I work for myself. Nobody can do anything to me outside of just arrest me, and they're going to have to catch me. I'm running. Fuck that.
Well, you know, you bring up something I think is really, really important, and I think, and I appreciate you saying that. It's consistent, because words are shallow unless there's action behind it. So, you know, an example would be, well, they say sunlight is the best disinfectant. So it's easy to be in a space like this, in a comment section, in a chat, commenting on a post on social media, and say that you stand with your community. But when you're confronted when you see blatant racism in front of you, or blatant misogyny, or homophobia, or transphobia in front of you, what do you do at that moment? Like, I know what my brother Obi has done. Obi knows what I've done, and others. And this is not about he and I, but these are the things that don't happen enough. Now, I would never I'm not going to ever suggest that someone put themselves in harm's way. That's not what I'm saying. On the collective, though, it takes people with privilege, white women and white men in particular, calling out others in those spaces, because we are the ones that are responsible. How many times have I said it, Jess? A system built by people who look like me to benefit people who look like me.
Yeah.
Therefore, to change the system, it has to come from the people who built it. And if people want to do things, again, not suggesting that you put yourself in harm's way. I'm not suggesting that. If that happens based on you calling out someone who is blatantly racist, misogynistic, bigoted, whatever it might be, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that happens. That's the world that we live in now, though. People being offended, even people, to Jess's point, even people who claim to be supportive of MBW, if you get offended or if it makes your feelings hurt that you don't like the fact that you've been lumped in with all women, due respect, get fucking over it.
That's right.
Get over it.
Unpack that shit.
And
Just get over it.
Also acknowledge the covert things as well. Of course, the overt stuff that's like right in your face, people, of course, will, well, I shouldn't say of course. People are more likely to say something or do something about that overt stuff. But the covert things are the things that they need to be watching out for as well. Those little
microaggressions
here and there, because what ends up happening is they're testing the waters. They're using you as like a baseline or litmus test, like, ooh, let me see how much I can get away with, how much I can do, how much I can say before that stuff really just kind of slaps you in the face with it. So pay attention to the covert stuff too. It's not always just in your face, like, bam, I'm racist, bam, I'm sexist. Sometimes it's just women shouldn't speak up. Women shouldn't do this. Women shouldn't do that. And then it just keeps going. So,
Fairy Dust,
yeah.
would you like to join us on Saturday? We run a show. It's called Are You Racist? Are You Misogynistic? Come up and we'll help you deconstruct. Would you like to join us on Saturday?
What time do you usually do it?
9 p.m. Eastern Standard.
So let me tell you about this, Jess. After 1 p.m. Central, my mind is gone. I'm usually like doom strolling TikTok about this time because I start work at like 5 a.m. Central. So
I get that.
I do pop into your show though. I'm usually in there, in and out. So if I'm there and I'm not like totally depleted as far as like life, because when I am depleted, I curse a lot and you might get took down. So
have you fucking met me?
No.
The fuck?
So Ferry, before I lose this thought, I want to ask you this question, because someone said in the chat, because I've made this declaration here about, and Obi and I have talked about this, about I'm not the arbiter as to what makes a good man. Other people have to do that. I'm not the arbiter at what determines a safe space, and I'm not the arbiter as to what is an ally. Like I feel like that term used to get used a lot, and I like the fact that instead of being an ally, because I have to earn that from members of your community, I prefer to be an accomplice to prove that I will, in fact, be a member of the resistance in support of your rights. Would you agree with that, the distinction between ally and accomplice, or do you frame it a different way?
At this point, Steve, I would just take people just being normal human beings. I'm so over it. I'm tired of the labels.
Yeah,
I'm tired of the stuff and the performative nature of it. I literally just want people to say, you and I are human beings. We all get the same. We get the same blood. We stepping out the bed the same way. We wake up the same. That's all I want. Like that's me.
We all have aches and pains. Our shoulders hurt. Our necks hurt. Our backs hurt. Yeah.
Some people wake up on the wrong side of the bed. I'm not trying to wake up with them.
That's a very fair call out, Very.
Don't get caught up in the name of it. Whoever said that in the chat, I don't want you all to get caught up in the weeds of the stuff. Right now, we are in a fight for this civilization in America, period. All of us are, and that's what you all need to understand. So this is not just one piece or this piece or that piece. But also don't forget about pieces either. So don't think that you're going to reconstruct whatever this is going to look like post-Trump, and you forget a whole population who built this country. You know, we helped build everything that's in place right now. We've been here.
Helped. You did a lot more than help.
Well, I know that, but I was trying to be.
Don't be
I
coy.
was trying to be a little PC. Okay, guys, I gotta jump off because I got a client in like 1 minute. Thank you guys so much.
I appreciate
Thank you,
you.
friend.
Very nice meeting you.
I appreciate you. Have a good day. See you later.
Bye, Obi.
We love Fairy. I was trying to find that sound because she just reminded me of something. What's the name of the white supremacist that we've had? I've played his sound before. What is his name? He did an interview with Eddie Huang. What the hell was that guy's name? Does anybody remember? Mods, do you guys remember? Does anybody remember that dude's name? What the hell was it?
Was it the head of the YT supremacy group? What's that guy's name? I sent it to you. I'm the one that sent it to you. Fuck.
Yeah, what the hell is his name? I can't think of his name now.
Not Nick Fuentes, guys. He's the head of the YT I don't even know if I can say that word anymore. He's the head of the YT group. Jared Taylor.
Jared Taylor. Hold on, I got this. I'm going to play this interview now because it speaks to exactly what Fairy Dust was just talking about. Is that his name though? Is it Jared Taylor or is it? Yes, it's him.
No, it's Jared. It's Jared Taylor.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Jared Taylor, Eddie Chang interview, Eddie Huang.
There's two of them.
I want to find the one that's really the one that really hit for me.
The one where he talks about white replacement theory.
Yeah, I want to find it. I've got to find it now because now I'm obsessed, and I'm not going to allow my ADHD brain to take over.
Guys, while he's doing that, let's get to 300,000 likes. There's 403 shares, but there's 670 people in here. So let's get the shares up to the amount of people that are in here. Hit the gift goal. Subscribe over at FactsStillMatter.site. If you want to contribute, it's Cash App and Venmo. It's FactsStillMatter on both. Please do all the things.
Thank you. I found it. Okay. So as Fairy was just talking about how, we know that our nation was built by immigrants, right? So this is Eddie Huang interviewing Jared Taylor. This conversation is disturbing. We've played it before, but I think it's relevant right now.
How it is you voted for Donald Trump when you're so into facts, because his entire campaign is not based in facts. It was all based in propaganda and emotion.
I voted for Donald Trump for one reason only. His policies, if implemented, would slow the dispossession of whites in the United States. If he were to deport all illegal immigrants, if he were to think very hard about letting in any Muslims, all of this would slow the rate at which whites are becoming a minority.
Why are you so worried about the white dispossession of America?
Because I want my people to survive. Is that so strange? We don't control China. We don't control any place where whites are not a majority. And if we become a minority, we will not control our own destiny anymore.
I grew up in this country as a minority, as the children of immigrants. I was their first child born in America. And while I didn't have much possession or didn't much control, I really enjoyed myself. And I think that if you ask a lot of Americans, they would say that I had a lot to offer this country. According to you, I guess I would be perpetuating the dispossession of white America.
That is true. That is true.
Would you say that you wouldn't want me in this country?
At some point, when my ancestors built this nation, they did not build it with the intention of giving it away to Mexicans or Chinese or Asians or to anyone else.
Do you consider, you keep saying your ancestors built this country, you consider that a fact?
Who else built it?
Black people, Native Americans, Chinese people who came and built the railroads.
Do you think none of that could have been
Italian people?
But they're Europeans, aren't they?
But you believe in evolution, right?
Evolution, I think, explains a great deal.
So, according to evolutionary theory, we're all out of Africa. So, at some point, your ancestors were sub-Saharan Africans.
So what? At some point, our ancestors were unicellular animals.
So I'm saying at any point in time, we could say you were an African. So you're choosing to pick this point in time and say you're a descendant of white Europeans.
Why do you think I'm choosing this point of time?
Because it's in favor of your politics.
It's because I'm alive now.
Well, my issue with you is that I don't think you have enough compassion and vision, not because I don't like what things are now. It's that I have hope and belief in what they could be.
Thank you for the gifts.
Look.
So that was Jared Taylor. And just as a little background for people who don't know who Jared Taylor is, Samuel Jared Taylor, an American self-proclaimed YT supremacist and editor of American Renaissance, an online magazine espousing such opinions, which he founded in 1990. He is also president of the American Renaissance parent organization, New Century, through which many of his books have been published. He's a former member of the advisory board of the Occidental Quarterly and a former director of the National Policy Institute, a Virginia-based YT nationalist think tank. He is also a board member and spokesperson of the Council of Conservative Citizens. Taylor and many of his affiliated organizations are accused of promoting racist ideologies by civil rights groups, news media, and academics studying racism in the United States. Taylor has been self-described as a YT nationalist, white supremacist, and racist by civil rights groups, news media, academics studying racism in the U.S., and others. Taylor has strenuously rejected being called a racist and maintains that he is instead a racialist who believes in race realism. He also disputed the YT supremacist label, preferring to describe himself as a white advocate, and contends that his views on nationality and race are moderate, commonsensical, and fully consistent with the views of most of the great statesmen and presidents of America's past.
Real quick, Steve. Thank you, Robbie, for all the gifts to Steve, and thank you for the 3-month subscriber. Whoever just subscribed for 3 months, I didn't get to actually see it, so thank you guys.
Thank you very much for that, and also thank you to Hazy for your kind contribution on Venmo.
And he's speaking to an Asian man, correct?
He is. Charlie Huang's an Asian man, a podcaster. So this is when we talk about things like this, and the reason I wanted to play that now, based on, first of all, how fucking awesome Fairy is, and I always feel smarter every time I talk to her, and more. I feel like I've got more to unpack with my privilege every time I talk to her. Part of the reason that I wanted to pivot to this, even though it's related to everything that we're talking about today, corruption, greed, preservation of white people's place in the hierarchy, the billionaire class and CEOs dominated by white people.
It didn't come back yet. Not yet, Steve.
Back
there
now?
You go. Now you're back. Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
88% of corporate CEOs are white men. Dominant. All but one of our presidents has been a white man. Members of Congress are all white by and large, for the large majority. So the reason I play that is because when people get bothered when I say it's all men until it's no men, or it's all white people until it's no white people, that's why. Because that person is so incredibly strongly convicted in his beliefs that he, because he's a prominent public figure, has influence over others. So we know the red pill effect on young white men in particular. We know that there's a lot of money invested by Republicans into the MMA culture. Again, about the belief that men can show they're strong men when they show their anger and their lust, because society tells them the only two emotions that they can share are anger and lust, which is why so many men get triggered that myself and Obi paint our fingernails and toenails. I play that sound because that's America. I play that sound because there are millions of people walking around with that belief set.
Yes, and so that
disgusting as it is.
That same point of what Ferry was talking about is that white women stand behind their white men without checking their privilege and without stepping out from behind them. So the point is not that and first of all, white women have done nothing. Like we've done nothing. Look at this. Look at our voting. This election. Yep. But you also have to think about the fact that there's levels to privilege in this country, right? Like white men are at the top, and then white women come second, and then there's below that, which is, so the privilege even though we are under attack, I am not here to say that women in this point in time do not have things to fight for in this country. I am not saying that those fights are any less than anybody else's or greater than anybody else's. But what I am saying is that while we are fighting for ourselves, we should be fighting more towards the BIPOC community, because as women, we're seeing us suffer, right? As white women, but we're seeing all women suffer. Black women and BIPOC community women suffer way more. So think of how you feel when you're suffering as a woman, how they feel. Look at the healthcare system that is directly against Black women. You know, so
medical. It's a term for it, medical racism. Yep.
So when white women are standing behind their husbands and saying, it's okay that you voted for Donald Trump, I'm just going to vote the other way. Or it's okay that you make those microaggressions towards people, I'm not going to check you on that. Like, that is what we're talking about. You can't stand behind your white husband or your white boyfriend and allow them to behave that way and say, yeah, I'm part of the solution. You're not. You're part of the problem.
Exactly. So everything here, though, I mean, this is all related to the fact that our nation is white supremacy. It's rooted in white supremacy, and people. It's an uncomfortable conversation for people who are unwilling to realize it, which is why you get these little microaggressions, even for people who stand with MBW or with Lotus League or resistance movements. When you say it's not all white women, well, yeah, it is.
Yeah, the fuck it is.
Yeah, it is. And if you get bothered by that, then unpack that shit a little bit, right? I remember when I was younger, there was that expression. I used to think in my head that I don't see color. I used to think in my head that was the right way to approach it. And as I've unpacked that, as I've gotten older, I mean, how despicably disgusting that is to say. Because by saying that, you avoid looking at differences. You're unwilling to embrace differences. My intentions were sincere. But that's the reality of it, is we better fucking see color. We absolutely better. We better see differences. We better see gender differences. We better see orientation differences, because we can't change unless we do. So everything that we've seen during the first 4 Trump years, the 10 years since, what we're seeing now is all rooted in the same common problem. It's preservation of whiteness. Our nation was built on systemic racism, propped up by weak, moderate white men, mediocre white men, I should say.
With white women that stand behind them. Don't get that fucked up.
Yeah, with white women that stand behind them. I have not, I've been, because I'm a white man, my target has been the white men. I do think it's important that other white women like you, like people who are white, will speak out against other white women. I'm comfortable doing that, but I would like to see more white women calling out other white women too. And I think that's part of the resistance that we're talking about, because there's not enough of us doing it.
Yep.
So when we look at this shift in power, the corporate power that we witnessed yesterday, billions of dollars being acquired. Who acquired it?
White
men did.
Or married to white women.
Who will continue to acquire it? White men will. Adjacency, right? So, and I know that people don't want to have that uncomfortable conversation, but we're never going to change it unless we do. I'll say it a million times. You are either a progressive or you are a conservative. I don't care about your party affiliation anymore. I don't. Are you on board moving society forward? Are you on board with demanding universal health care? Are you on board demanding investments in public education? If you're not, then you're a conservative and you are holding us back. And the majority of people who are conservative are white men. Yes, Jess.
I want to check the 200 people that left, right? I want to check the 200 people that, as soon as we started having this conversation, got uncomfortable as fuck and exited the motherfucking room. So if y'all don't see how this conversation happens, this is exactly how. These are the most important conversations. These are the most important ones. And as soon as we get checked about our privilege, y'all run.
It's a good point. The market's down 1,000 points.
Oh,
just
perfect.
letting people know. Just letting people know. I'm going to bring up, I love Toodle's brain, so bring up Toodle. Everybody keep tapping. Let's kind of see if we can bang out up to 400,000 likes. Hey, Toodle, how are you?
Thank you, Sylvia.
Dobry utro. Another day in the USSRA, baby.
fantastic, isn't it?
I gotta say thanks for the shout out earlier, man. That was great. You made this proud professional comment guy. You moved me to tears.
Well, bro, it's the truth. I appreciate you.
Yeah, definitely. W. Steve and W. Guest. I mean, since we're having this conversation about colorblindness, I just wanted to say I'm literally colorblind. I have red-green colorblindness, and about 8% of men, about 1 in 12 are. And as a colorblind person, I specifically look for color in everything because I can't see it. So this whole thing where people say, I'm colorblind, I don't see color. Obviously it's bullshit, but it's extra bullshit for people that are actually colorblind, because by saying that, you should be saying you're specifically trying to find color. So it's ridiculous. And
that's a really good point. That's a good analogy. I'm colorblind when it comes to like dark blues and greens and black sometimes, so I can fall into that trap.
It's pretty common. And I'm a graphic artist, and I have to be extra particular about it in design and stuff. So
I just think that saying that you don't see color is just very disingenuous. And I know that when we're kids, we don't understand what that means, but like you have to see the disparities within colorations. And that's just how it is. With like the color of your skin, it really depends on the privilege that you have in this country. And we talk about it a lot on here, but we don't talk a lot about it outside of here. So when you say, I don't see color, we're all the same. Yeah, that's a fucking pipe dream. It would be great if our country's laws and EOs and our presidents would feel the same way, but they don't. And until everybody just sees people of the BIPOC community as the same as people who are not part of the BIPOC community, then you cannot say I don't see color, because there's disparities in our justice system, there's disparities in our healthcare system, there's disparities when they're just walking down the street, there's disparities living in their home with their neighbors, like there's disparities on the internet. There's not one place that somebody who's a person of the BIPOC community that can't walk into somewhere without somebody even in their mind just thinking of something that's biased. Oh, look at the, like, I'll just think of like something stupid, and don't quote me because this isn't mine and I don't feel like this, but like when people look at like the Mexican race, right? Or the Mexican, they have a lot of kids and they walk into the store with all their kids and somebody's in the back of the store judging them, talking about, oh my God, their kids are so misbehaved. Why do they have so many children? Like all of that shit, until that stuff is out of like the United States altogether, you can't say that you don't see color. You can't.
So well said.
Yeah, you're right. And similarly with religiosity, like, depending on where you're born. If you're born in America, you're likely to grow up Christian. If you're born in China, you're going to grow up, believing their faith, whether you're Hindu or Buddhist or Jewish or Islamic or whatever it might be. And so we get this sort of territorial approach. And when people like Jared Taylor are out there saying, my people built this country. No, your desire to retain your whiteness, as he talked about, is what's fueling that, because it's not rooted in fact. It's just rooted in hatred. And we got to call this shit out. We have to call it out. It's uncomfortable. I'm glad it's uncomfortable.
I'm aware that what I said wasn't correct. That's why I said this isn't my bias. I'm saying that is other people's biases, which I've heard.
Yeah,
it wasn't my bias.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, exactly. When you see a single mom, or worse, when you see a single dad, there are labels that we attach to people because it's rooted in something, and likely it's rooted in the patriarchy, misogyny, white supremacy, racism.
And besides the disingenuous argument where without color we're all equal. I mean, color is culture. We need to see this and celebrate it.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
that's exactly right.
And what Ferry was saying, like, made me think about like what should we be mad about. I don't know if it's been talked about, at least not too much, and should be part of the hands-off protests is what the executive orders are surrounding the Smithsonian, how they're attacking the not just the Black History Museum but also the upcoming Women's History Museum, trying to de-woke everything, and they're going to do that to the institution as well, and that's got to be first and forefront for everyone. But the reason I came up was part of our Slippery Slope Daily was I saw yesterday there was an executive order that that said that DHS is going to begin screening alien social media activity for anti-Semitism now.
Of course.
To use that to deny them. No, and of course that's just a lead up to, that's going to go right to our social medias next. Start.
Yeah, to that point, FBI, Donald Trump, in case you guys are watching, fuck you, you fucking Nazis. Sorry, moving on.
Fuck you. We punch Nazis all day.
And I'm wondering where's the champion of free speech, Elon Musk? Who's got not only a semi-questionable U.S. immigration pass, but also his platform totally promotes. He himself has promoted anti-Semitism.
Think of his own history, right? This is. I'm glad you brought that up, Toodle. Again, this is why we like your brain, because this speaks to the hypocrisy and the gaslighting that we get all the time. The arbiters for free speech, the arbiters for freedom of access, are the ones that are denying it the most. The ones that are the most hypocritical. When Donald Trump runs on constitutionality and I'll protect your rights, and it's his administration that says, if I determine that your activities are illegal, I will arrest you. If I determine that media outlets are not covering me favorably, I will deem them as illegal, and then I will bar their access. It's similarly with Elon Musk, when he's the one that says social media platforms are out there to suppress speech, when he's the one that is suppressing speech.
Totally. So free speech for me, but not for thee.
Exactly. Thanks for jumping in today.
You can play me out since Victoria's come up, and she deserves the floor. So when you play me out, I've got a sound for you, Steve. It's Slim Pickens on the nuclear bomb at the end of Dr. Strangelove.
Do it, my guy.
Oh, okay. That was a good way to go out.
That's awesome. I love that scene with Toodles. Hi, Victoria. How are you?
Hi, Victoria.
Good
You
morning.
look beautiful as always.
Thank you. I think I'm going to keep the dark hair.
Yes.
I think
Please.
so. This anti-racist work that we were talking about and discrimination. This actually spurred me off a year ago to unpack my internalized racism, because for those of you who don't know, my grandmother's from Gibraltar, so she had jet black hair, olive skin, green eyes, very, very Mediterranean looking, and as a child, I remember I was always tow-headed, and then as I grew up, my hair got darker, and the older I got, the more people would tell me how blonde hair is just more beautiful on me, and I need to be a blonde, and blonde hair, blue eyes. And for a long time, I thought the only way I could be beautiful is if I had blonde hair and blue eyes. So that is all to say that today is a great day to do some internalized racism work, as well as making sure you're doing your anti-racist work, because we all have inherent racism. We all have biases blind spots that we don't know until someone calls it out. And until we have someone call it out, you're not going to know, and it's going to be uncomfortable when you get called out. And
we get called out all the time. We do. We get called out all the time on this panel, especially.
Oh yeah. No, I've been called out multiple times for my blind spots, and I appreciate every call out. Does it feel good? Absolutely not. But it's important to have those conversations because it means we're responding and reacting better and doing more to help our communities and our Black, Brown, and Indigenous brothers and sisters. And that's the motive. The goal is so that we can all live in an equitable society. And I say equitable, not equality, like equal, because equitable makes everything a little bit easier on everyone.
Yes, access, not being, if we truly want a merit-based society, then that's why mediocre white men are so concerned. Mm-hmm. They are the ones that truly would benefit from their rhetoric around DEI, because they have stayed in neutral, and other members of society, in particular Black women and women by and large, have surpassed them on the pendulum, right?
No.
Did you check your inbox, Victoria? Like I said, I was up all night.
I did. I saw that. I was like, oh shit, I gotta get my life together today. Love that. Thank you so much, Steve. I did a brief
I don't take it personally if I miss, but don't worry about it.
So for those of you who don't know, I got some feedback on my speech from last Saturday. And there might be a news article where some Republicans are a little upset about some of the things I said, and that makes sense. Look, I can't say everything that I say on this app. Like, I can't say all those things. So, like, Steve and I were back and forth yesterday, and we talked about how uncomfortable it can be being a candidate sometimes because I'm still learning how to do public speaking, all those things. All I said was that I would happily punch Nazis. So, but I had to unpack some of that yesterday and why I'm so comfortable saying that and why it makes U.S. citizens so uncomfortable. So for those of you who don't know, that little Rock of Gibraltar thing, my grandmother, she was evacuated during World War II. Both my grandparents survived the atrocities of World War II. And my grandfather fought and my grandmother survived. She was in London for the Blitz. She was in Sheffield for the Blitz, for their version of the Blitz, because if you don't know, working class Northerners were the steel producers and were responsible, and Hitler went after those communities. So they were regularly having things dropped on them. And my eldest aunts survived because, so for me, it's a personal vendetta when it comes to fascism, because that internalized and generational trauma is passed down. I'm not that far removed from that as the youngest granddaughter on that side. So yeah, really hard for me to take that feedback because I'm comfortable saying that, but most U.S. citizens are not, because the war was not fought on their soil, and we have American exceptionalism where we think that fascism and Nazism isn't here, and I'm having to walk that fine line of being like, no, in fact, because where I live is 30 miles from where a lot of, the Project Paperclip were put. We have a heavy, white supremacist population here that comes from Nazis who came from Germany and from the Triple K. So it's really hard to mash that with who I am, but that doesn't mean that I can't still talk about it. And we just had to up my speech, but that's my little hill that I'm gonna unalive myself on today.
I love it. Yeah, I mean, I think as we evolve, as we evolve through things, I mean, like we've talked about many, many times, and you've always taken feedback very well, Victoria. It's all we want from our elected officials is just to be sincere, right? Just to be sincere. We like transparency. I'll go back to the conversation we've had recently with a new member of our family running again running away from their beliefs on, gun legislation. And for us to be able to challenge him, and then he went out and fired his campaign manager. I'm like, I didn't want you to do that. But that was a decision because, are you running to get elected, or are you running to make sure that the things that you stand for are in the ears and eyes and brains of potential voters? That's a question that a lot of candidates have to ask. So, and this is good timing, because I want to read briefly. I talked about this earlier about how Bernie, being Bernie, doing the same thing he's always been doing, he's encouraging a lot of Democrats to remove the label and run as an independent. And it makes a lot of sense because people have negative views of the Democratic Party, especially now. They have negative views by and large of our two-party system. So Bernie's like, okay, maybe independent of everybody. So he says this, why don't you shed the Democratic label and run as an independent the way he does? Mr. Sanders' admonition came in an interview with the New York Times on the eve of a 3-day, 5-city swing through Western states alongside Representative AOC. He predicted that they would draw tens of thousands of people to rally against Trump and Elon and the influence of billionaires on the American agenda. One of the aspects of this tour is to try to rally people to get engaged in the political process and run as independents outside the Democratic Party, Mr. Sanders said in an interview on Wednesday. There's a lot of great leadership all over this country at the grassroots level. We've got to bring that forward. And if we do that, we can defeat Trumpism and we can transform the political situation in America. The suggestion that would-be leaders of the left should abandon the Democratic Party picks at a political scab that is never fully healed. Mr. Sanders, 83, a longtime independent, has had a tense yet codependent relationship with the party for decades. While he has never accepted the Democratic label for himself, he is a member of the Senate Democratic Caucus and has run under the party brand when it was politically expedient, including his 2 bids for the presidential nomination. In 2017, he waged a hard-fought but ultimately futile effort to install an ally to lead the DNC. In 2011, Mr. Sanders said during a radio interview that, quote, it would be a good idea if President Obama faced some primary opposition for his 2012 reelection. The Vermont senator, Vermont doesn't exist, said that at the time that he could not do it himself because he was not a Democrat. That did not stop him from seeking the Democratic presidential nomination in 2016, when he emerged from the relative obscurity, depends on who you're talking to nearly topple Hillary, and again in 2020, when he was the last major Democratic primary rival to Joe Biden. In each case, Mr. Sanders' lack of party affiliation bubbled beneath the surface and drew pointed pushback from his primary rivals. Mrs. Clinton, during an interview with Politico in 2016, described Mr. Sanders as, quote, a relatively new Democrat. And in fact, I'm not even sure he is one. She added, he's running as one, so I don't know quite how to characterize him. 4 years later, Mr. Biden, days before his 4th place finish in the Iowa caucus, took a similar swipe at Mr. Sanders. Quote, I'm a Democrat, Mr. Biden told the reporters in Pella, Iowa. He says he's not. He says, he's not registered as a Democrat, to the best of my knowledge. Mr. Sanders' remarks this week come at a moment of rising anger towards Democratic leaders and a tarnished public image for the party. A CNN poll released last week found that 52% of Democrats believed their leaders were steering the party in the wrong direction. Damn. I hate it when I'm right. Among the public overall, the party's favorability rating was just 29%, the lowest level since the network's polling began in 1992. Ken Martin, the new chair of the DNC, declined to comment on Mr. Sanders' remarks. That's a big tell right there. During the interview on Wednesday, Mr. Sanders repeatedly criticized the influence of wealthy donors and Washington consultants on the party. He said that while Democrats had been a force for good on social issues historically, like civil rights, women's rights, rights for the LGBTQI community, they had failed on economic concerns, and he has dedicated his political career to addressing. If there's any hope for Democrats, it's that they're going to have to reach out. Open the doors and let working class people in. Let working class leadership come into the party. He said, if not, people will be running as independents, I think, all over this country. I fucking love that.
Yes, Bernie is just
fucking
fantastic.
Love that shit.
And
Bernie Sanders, 83 years old, he's been saying the same damn thing for 50 years.
He is right.
We fail on economics because we don't push hard enough. It's one of those topics where if we fight too hard against Republicans on certain economic topics, they fight back so hard. And it's like one of those things that we'll never get bipartisan on. And it's sad. Oh, Obi left. Bye, Obi.
Bye, Obi.
Love you.
Yeah, and here's the hard part about what he's saying. It is possible for you to run as an independent, and working class people can do that. But it's a much steeper slope to get up than, and let's be very clear here. Most Democrats don't get help from the party. I didn't get a single dollar from the party. And that was something that really upset constituents in my district because they're like, here's this brilliant candidate. Here's she doing all the work. She speaks to the thing and not getting a single recognition. Now, did I get party recognition at the end of it? Absolutely, I did. And does the party know me now? Absolutely I did. But I ruffled some feathers because I'm not a baseline Democrat. I am a progressive, which, Steve, I'll have to thank you ahead of time because I used to not call myself a progressive. I didn't really take that. I called myself a democratic socialist for a long time. But now I'm realizing I'm actually a fucking progressive. And it's that getting comfortable with those words, taking the stigma off the words or whatever. Like feminism for a long time used to be a word that I would be not want to associate myself with. And now I just don't even care. But that's that hard part. This other side of that is if you decide to run as an independent, I was told early on because my dad said, he was like, run as an independent, do the Bernie Sanders thing. What happens is a lot of Democrats will not support you because they look at independents as Republicans in sheep clothing. And that is common, especially here in Tennessee. You'll see a lot of Republicans run as independents in this area, and Democrats will too, but it's a little bit harder for Democrats to do that because if you're known as a Democrat, you're just going to get pushed back. So it's a very interesting idea.
Scott says progressive is a bad word, in my opinion. It's not.
Progressive here.
Progressive here is like a conservative party in any other
Yeah.
like G7 Nation. It's literally like the conservative. Like progressive is not a bad thing. It's a dumb word to say that like people who want universal health care and want our health outcomes to be better and want better education have to be called progressives. We only call it that because that's not the consensus that we get from the parties in this country, is that we don't have people who want those things.
Look at it this way. What's the opposite of progress?
Yeah. I think he said it's not a bad word, but to add
Did
to
he?
what
Oh,
Scott's
not
saying,
a bad word.
Yeah, not a bad word. And Scott, like, you're right, it's not a bad word, but it's that same thing. It falls in that same vein of like when people say feminism is a bad word and socialism is a bad word. They want to loop it in with things that have nothing to do with it. And it's taking that, it's like when I say see you next Tuesday, it's like taking the stigma off of saying that word. Like, I used to consider that a really bad word. Now I say
love
it like
that word.
I dropped that word. It's that kind of thing. And we have to break those stigmas. We have to break that. And I like saying I'm a progressive now because it breaks me away from the Democratic Party just enough so that people know. And, you know, I put my money where my mouth is. My videos prove that I'm progressive. My videos talk about that. So I think that as time moves on, we are going to see a clear divide between progressives and conservatives and the Democratic Party.
So a little news. So House Republicans approve a budget blueprint, a critical step in advancing Trump's agenda. House Republicans have taken a critical step to advance Donald Trump's tax cuts and border priorities through Congress, a major win for the party leadership after quelling conservative rebellion over the bill's price tag. The morning vote on the Senate's budget blueprint, a critical initial step in the long budget process, will ultimately allow Republicans to muscle the president's first big legislative measures over a Democratic filibuster. It capped a dramatic week for Speaker Mike Johnson, who was forced to call off plans for a vote on the conference measure just hours earlier after 20 Republicans demanded a guarantee to steep spending cuts. The vote was 216 to 214. All Democrats voted against, 2 Republicans voted against. So basically what that means is the way in which this works is because the budget bill would be subjected to the filibuster, the way in which this was framed, it's now not subjected to the filibuster, which means that we're going to get more tax cuts for the rich, which means you're going to get the SAVE Act likely included.
Shocker.
So buckle up.
Fucking shocker.
Oh, can I try? I want to challenge the 567 people that are in here, or if there are more of you. I have a video where I talk about the political spectrum test, because someone made a comment that most people are more progressive than the mainstream media would have you believe. I want to challenge every single one of you to go find that video. It's further down. I might try and go pin it today and take those tests and comment in the comments what your results are. Comment progressive, like whatever you feel comfortable doing, because I think you're onto something. I think you're right. There are more progressive people. If you take these tests without the like Democrat, Republican, Libertarian, whatever, what we find is more often than not, you take those on social values, financial values, and like the physical whatnot, you will find yourself on the left side of the aisle. In fact, if not further than you would have considered yourself. So I challenge every single person to do that, because it is so important, and you should take them regularly as time goes on. I've taken these for 15 years now, and it's worth it.
I would agree. I think I want to just touch on something. I got distracted. Squirrel, because of the House bill, the House vote. I think Jesse talked about this. The way to look at, so you'll notice in what I sent you, Victoria, I put progressivism all over it, giving you an opportunity to define it as however you see fit. Yay or nay, choose it or not. I don't care. It's up to you.
I love saying there's nothing radical about healthcare. There's nothing radical about
exactly.
I love throwing that into my speech. I'm like, there's nothing radical, because I want those words to be hammered into people to move away from like leaning out of it.
That's exactly right. So I'm glad you said that, because that's kind of my point. So when you're in these conversations with people, and there's people in your family who might say that they don't believe in universal health care, a lot of it is rooted in the fact that they've been told it's radical.
They don't want to pay for it. Well,
ask them the question.
It's false.
Do you think the greatest country, the rich, use their own rhetoric against them? Do you think the greatest country on earth should be able to provide health care to its citizens? And if they answer no, then ask them to explain why. So from where I sit as a progressive, I would rather my tax dollars be spent on something that would literally improve everyone in our society. Well, it's too expensive. Okay, well, we are already in a for-profit model for our health insurance in our country.
Yep.
Big Pharma is making billions of dollars. Health insurance industry are making billions of dollars. We pay into that and we don't get coverage. So wouldn't you rather pay a little bit more in your taxes, but to have the cost of everything else affiliated with it taken care of?
I'm going to blow
If
everyone's
it's done the
mind.
right way, it'll equal out. If it's
Fucking
done the
I
right
won't
way,
even-
it works.
Never mind equal out, Jess. We'd save money. We'd save money.
Can I just blow everyone's mind real quick for the people in the chat? You already pay for all this shit. So why not pay extra in taxes and not have an additional $400 come out of your paycheck every paycheck so that you can pay for insurance? You get to keep that $400 in your fucking paycheck because you're already paying these things. You're already
Exactly.
When we have to do a GoFundMe for someone, when we have to do these donations for people, those are things that are counted in that fucking money that you're already spending. So why not, instead of someone having to do a GoFundMe, we just pay taxes and they don't have to worry. They can go to the hospital and get the care that they need and not have to worry about it.
And dental and eye care
So
is
radical.
included in universal health care that we pay separately for. I don't know how many of you guys have employer benefits, but you have to pay separate. You have to pay a separate amount for dental and glasses. And when you go to the dentist, you're still
Mental
fucking
health too.
paying. You're still fucking paying at the dentist. You're still paying hundreds and hundreds of dollars on top of your insurance. It's going to benefit. It can't
I've
do
said this
anything
before.
but benefit.
I've said this before and I'll say it again. And I know I've got my fanboys and girls in the chat. So MAGA, here's the thing. It's your boy Facts saying this. If you can come up here and give me an argument, and then you can support an economic argument and a social argument against universal health care that is well thought out, I will delete my account and you'll never see me again. That's how confident I am.
I am waiting.
Heather, good morning. How are you today?
Hi, Heather.
Hi, guys. Good morning. How are you lovely ladies doing?
Living
I'm
the
just
dream.
peachy.
You're just
nightmares are dreams too.
Yes, they are. Yeah. I just wanted to kind of piggyback off what Jess was saying about healthcare and about how dental care and eye care is separate. As somebody who is very, very blind without my glasses, I think my prescription's like -7. Like, I'm so blind, it's not funny. I have to spend $400 on glasses. That's with insurance. That's with it. That's including my insurance. That's how much
I pay about $500.
Yeah, out of pocket. That's with my insurance.
I have to squish them, or else we'd wear Coke bottles, right, Heather?
Exactly. And I also work in healthcare. I work at a residential eating disorder clinic. And those clients have to pay out of pocket if they can't afford it. That's mental health care right there that they have to pay out of pocket for if their insurance doesn't cover it.
Part of that, sorry, just to more breaking news because it's coming flying in. So part of the House passed bill, it does require proof of U.S. citizenship for voting, which, by the way, we already have. But this is an element to the SAVE Act. So women, be on notice. Your married name is perhaps different than your birth certificate, which may then ultimately, because the plan, the Heritage Foundation plan, is to not give you the right to vote. And for people who have dead names in our society, you're under threat as well. So,
ladies, it's a good time. Don't change your name, because I never did.
I never did either, Victoria. I also never did. And it was one of the things my husband and I used to kind of fight about a little bit. And then I told him like 2 days ago, I said, well, look, it's actually a good thing I didn't change my name because now it'll make it easier for me to vote. And he goes, you know what? You're actually kind of right. I'm kind of glad you didn't either. And that's like the sad world that we're living in. My mom, she is divorced and remarried to my father. So she will have to go get her divorce papers and all of that to make it so that she can vote now. And I just want to say to my ex-best friend, if you're listening, I told you this was going to happen, and you are. I told you, and that's why we aren't friends, because I told you this was going to happen. I know she's not listening. She doesn't have TikTok, or at least I don't think she does. But if she was, I would tell her, I fucking told you so. I told you so. I told you so. I told you so.
You have an ex-best friend too?
Yeah.
I have one.
Yeah.
I have a
I've got
friend
a
who
couple.
actually has a great song about ex-friends.
Oh,
So
send it to me. Send it to me.
yeah. It's
So-
not I'll look it up real quick and tell you the name.
Yeah.
Anything else on your mind, Heather? Because we're going to wrap.
You know what? My usual, what about Biden? What about Biden? What about Biden? And that's it. That's it. I'm just done.
I appreciate you.
I appreciate
Heather,
you.
it's
I appreciate
friends
you,
you
friend.
couldn't keep. Friends you couldn't keep.
Friends you couldn't keep. All right, I'm gonna listen to it right now.
It's great.
I appreciate you, friend. You have a good
Thanks
day.
for
See you
having
later.
me.
Bye, Heather.
Bye,
You got
Heather.
it, as always. Bye. Victoria, last words?
You know, today's a great day to get involved. Actually, I'm going to talk about my fun news. Guys, for those who don't know, I foster animals. So I am not getting kicked out of my house because the Mr. Victoria did approve. I am fostering a mama cat and her babies, and they will be with me for the foreseeable future before they get adopted out. And then mama will see if mama is going to stay with us or stay and go through be adopted out, or if she's going to go back to her space that we found her. I am so excited. So if anyone would like to contribute and donate, my Venmo and Cash App are in my bio. I do get a lot of things through the local Humane Society, but this is a good reminder that a good way to help your community is to foster animals. They just need a little bit of love and some time, and a lot of that stuff comes to you. And if you're looking for something in activism, this is a great way to help your community. It is kitten season, so spay and neuter your cats and your dogs, because we do not need more babies out there just running around causing a ruckus. And as always, stay hydrated. Vote blue.
Thank you,
And
Victoria.
kitten content. So much kitten content.
You saw the stay hydrated line in what I sent you, right?
I did.
There you
I
go.
loved it. I loved it so much.
Jess. Last words,
I
friend.
have opposing thoughts to Victoria. I am not excited about your kittens. I'm excited that you're excited, but it's just less attention for me. Like, I already have to wait for text messages. Come on now.
Oh my God. I
Come
know.
on
I
now.
know.
This is ridiculous at this point. Just add more things. Just add more
I
things,
know.
Victoria.
I know.
So
I'll be
what I
better.
will say, so first of all, I'm just gonna let y'all motherfuckers know, if I don't see you on Friday at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, you're all fucking fired. You might as well just take the MBM, MBW, MB, whatever's you got in your name, the fuck out, because you're disavowed. I don't want to hear shit. Even if you can't afford to help with the gifts, come and motherfucking tap the screen. Tapping actually fucking helps. I do not want to make pig noises. So Friday night, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, when you see me live, get the fuck over there and come help me win this battle. Secondly, what I'm also going to say to my MBWs, MBMs, MBPs, MBIs, MB Moss, MB, all of them, if conversations like what happened today, thank you for that, Victoria. If conversations like that make you uncomfortable, like what happened today, I think that you need to take the tag out of your name until you can get comfortable with those conversations. Because when you wear that tag under the impression that you are attempting to be a safe space and attempting to advocate for marginalized communities. That's what we started MBW on, and that's what we will continue to hold MBW on. And I will not be offended if you take the tag out of your name, because you have some deconstructing to do. I am still in the process of deconstructing. I realize that as a white colored skinned person, because I am Hispanic, but I present white. So I claim that because I know that I get more privileges than any person of the BIPOC community that walks into my space and in other spaces. So if those conversations make you uncomfortable, unpack that shit. Talk to some people who are unpacking that shit. Talk to your therapist. Make sure they're unpacking that shit, and fucking get with the people who are trying to fight for marginalized communities in this country, because we don't see progression until we are the progression, because we hold the power. And I'll end on that.
Thank you, Jess. I appreciate that very much. I will echo the same sentiments. You know, it is all men until it's no men. It's all white people until it's no white people. If you're uncomfortable with that, I don't give a fuck. Be in your discomfort, get over it, and think about the big picture, what we're trying to do here. Because it's if you're unwilling to address it, then it's never going to change. It's got to take all of us. Thank you, everybody, for being here today. Appreciate y'all. We're going to raid Pickles. Pickles is live earlier today, so we're going to raid Pickles. Everybody go over and tell him we said hi. And just as a reminder, the resistance is out there, and I always want to remind people that if you are in a position to exercise your voice publicly at one of these protests, then please do it. But it's always about doing something. I don't care what it is. Just do something. Everyone do something. Yep. Thank you, mods. Love y'all. See you guys tomorrow morning.